The 14th session of the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today we will be led in prayer by distinguished colleague Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Okay. Atin pong alalahanin na tayo po'y nasa presensya ng Panginoon. Matthew chapter 22 verses 35 to 40. An expert in the law tested Jesus with this question, "Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law?" Jesus replied, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the first greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself." Ibigin mo ang Panginoon ng buong puso, kaluluwa at pag-iisip mo. Ibigin mo ang iyong kapwa, gaya ng pag-ibig mo sa iyong sarili. Panginoon, bilang mga tagasulat ng mga batas, sana'y maalaala namin kung ano ba ang pinakamahalagang batas sa mundo. At ito ay ang batas ng pagmamahal. Naway ang bawat batas namin ipinukala dito ay bunga ng pagmamahal namin para sa iyo at sa taong bayan. Palalahanan niyo po kami na ibigay sa taong bayan kung anong nararapat at sana'y madama nila ang pagmamahal ninyo sa pamagitan ng aming mga ginagawa dito. Amen.
Amen. Session suspended. We'd now like to ask the Secretary to please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of the quorum, of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Before we proceed, please allow me, Mr. President, to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. Governor Carl Gutierrez of Guam, President and CEO of Guam Visitor Bureau and Chairman, Governor of Guam's Economic Strategy Council. Romeo Go, Country Manager, and Kendrick Go are here with us. We welcome them, Mr. President, in this August chamber.
Yes, we'd like to welcome former Governor Carl Gutierrez, a dear friend to the Philippines. He not only is a dear friend of the Philippines, but Filipinos living in Guam. They were very happy with his leadership there, and continue to be happy with the help that is extended to Filipinos in that area of Guam. I would say, I can't say state of Guam or Principality of Guam. Huh? But we just like to also put on record that they are here to hopefully get more OFWs of ours to work in Guam in the building of the new bases, U.S. bases in the island. So we thank you for thinking about Filipinos working there, helping you build your bases in Guam, Governor. And we really appreciate that. And hopefully we can also lift up the H-2 visas as well for our country to visit, our countrymen to visit your area more often. And not make it difficult for them to visit. So once again, welcome to the Philippines, sir. You're very at home here. I know you can speak Tagalog as you were speaking to me in Tagalog. Once again, welcome, Governor, and to your party. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also with us are guests of Senator Ontiveros, delegation from Australian Political Exchange Council, accompanied by the Philippine Center of Young Leaders in Governance and officials from the Australian Embassy, led by Ms. Laura Henderson and Mr. Peter Foster, members of the Legislative Council, together with Mayor Joseph Hawale.
Welcome to the future young leaders of Australia. And I hope that we can continue this strategic partnership between our two countries, starting with young leaders such as yourself. So welcome to the Philippine Senate.
Welcome and thank you, Mr. President. Also with us, our guests of Senator Villar in this representation, our good friend Bishop Jonathan Ferriol, Bishop Aldrin Palanca, Bishop Reynaldo Sulayaw, Bishop Samuel Ferriol, Congresswoman Irene Saulog of Kalinga Party List, Mayet Sio, and Miss Christine Ferriol. We welcome all of them in this August chamber.
Welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen.
We also have with us, Mr. President, guest of Senator Tolentino, League of Municipalities of the Philippines, Catanduanes Chapter, Mayor Jose Paulo Teves III, Mayor Leo Mendoza, Mayor Samuel Laines, Mayor Francisco Camano Jr., Mayor Cesar Robles, Mayor Odilon Pascua, Mayor Emiterio Tarin, Mayor Juan Rodulfo, Mayor Glenda Aguilar, Mayor Vicente Tayam Jr., Mayor Raul Tabiara, also guest of Senator Ligarda. With us also are guests of Senator Bato de la Rosa, LGU of San Miguel, Bohol, led by Mayor Ian Mendez. We welcome all of
all
them.
the mayors that are here from the different parts of the Philippines, welcome to your Senate.
We also would like to acknowledge Mayor Celsa Rivera of Padre Garcia, Batangas, and municipal councilors, guests of Senator J.V. Ejercito, Vice Mayor Marianito Alemania of Iligan, guest from Mindanao State University, led by Chancellor Bay Limbona and former Congresswoman Ruth Rania Padilla, wife of the late Governor Carlos Padilla. Our Tita Ruth is also here. We welcome all of them, Mr. President.
Welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 13th Session, Tuesday, August 22, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There are no objection to the motion of the Majority Leader. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There be no objection. Secretary, please proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2414, establishing wards dedicated to OFWs and their dependents to be known as the OFW ward in every DOH retained hospital, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Go.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
2416, further amending EO 878 dated
To
4
include,
March.
before that, your Secretary, Your Honors, to include migrant workers. Health, Demography, Migrant Workers, and Finance. Please proceed.
2416, further amending EO 878 dated 4 March 1980. Mill plant in Barangay Bahit, Municipality of Panay, Province of Capiz, and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villanueva.
Committee on Agriculture and Finance.
2418, granting Philippine citizenship to Miguel Diaz, Senator Escudero.
Committee on Rules.
2419, reorganizing the Boy Scouts of the Philippines as an independent, voluntary, autonomous organization, instituting its new charter, defining its objectives, powers, and functions, repealing for the purpose Commonwealth Act number 1111 as amended, Senator Binay.
Committees on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, Youth, Ways and Means.
2420, mandating all public elementary and secondary schools to implement a no collection policy, Senator Tulfo.
Committee on Basic Education and Finance.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 743, directing the Senate Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs to conduct an inquiry into the plight of our Muslim community in light of the numerous acts and practices that disadvantage and undermine their religious beliefs, particularly in the observance of their dietary principles. Senator Padilla.
Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs.
744, calling for an inquiry in aid of legislation into the adoption of measures strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard for the purpose of enabling it to maintain the maritime transport network, enforce Philippine law, and improve maritime governance within the country's maritime zones. Senator Ontiveros.
Committee on Public Services, National Defense and Security, and Unification and Reconciliation.
745, urging the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry on the continued proliferation of tech scams and the reported use of SIMs in illegal POGO operations, with the end in view of ensuring that the objectives and in the implementation of RA 11934 are achieved. Senator Poe.
The Committee on Public Services, Trade and Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
746, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the rampant unfair debt collection practices of lending companies, with the end in view of strengthening measures that protect the consumer's right to privacy, security, and property. Senator Tulfo.
The Committee on Banks and Financial Institutions.
Committee Report 106, prepared and submitted by the Committee on Ways and Means of Senate number 2415, with Senators Gatchalian, Estrada, and Villanueva as authors. An act creating a VAT refund mechanism for non-resident tourists, adding a new section 112-8 to the NIRC of 1997 as amended for the purpose. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2023 and 2148. Taking into consideration House number 7292, sponsored Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Yes, for 5 minutes suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 747, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 748, 749, 751, 752, 753, 754, 755, 756, and 757. This is the resolution expressing the profound sympathy of the Senate on the death of Secretary Maria Susana Toots Vasquez Ople. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may we ask the Secretary to read the title of the resolution?
The Secretary may now read the title of the resolution.
Resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the demise of Maria Susana Toots Vasquez Ople, honoring her dedication as a lifelong advocate of the labor sector and for championing the rights and welfare of Filipino migrant workers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President, I move that we recognize our Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday we lost a bright light. Secretary Toots Ople was a remarkable public servant who showed us that true leadership is not about power and authority, but about kindness and compassion. She was soft-spoken, but self-assured, unassuming, but accomplished. Even as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers, she preferred to lead a low-key life, committed to the unglamorous behind-the-scenes work of helping those most in need. Having learned from years of work under the Department of Labor and Employment and the Blas Ople Policy Center, she was the rightful choice to head the DMW. And of course, historic as well, because she was the first secretary of the department that was sponsored by a dear colleague here, Joel Villanueva. She was a fierce protector and a safe harbor to our fellow Filipinos who are toiling by lonesome in their lands, in different lands. It is a great loss to the department to have been under her care for only such a short time. But even in this short time, she has left an indelible mark, and her legacy will continue to shape the DMW in the years to come. I was watching the interview last night that they were showing repeatedly on TV, honoring her life, and what struck me was when Karen Davila in her show asked her about why she wanted to still work in government after being diagnosed with breast cancer 2 years ago. She answered by saying simply, the rest of my life, the best of my life. In other words, so she was saying she wanted to commit the rest of her life for the passion which was taking care, the passion that she had in her heart, which was taking care of OFWs. That was her advocacy, Mr. President. And I really admire her for that. She's become an inspiration to many of us. Para sa kanya, hindi po ito trabaho. Para sa kanya, it was her passion to take care of OFWs. And I've had the distinct honor and privilege to be with her in the 2016 campaign when we all ran under Senator Grace Poe's candidacy at that time. And I remember every time we had quiet moments in the tent behind the stage, she'd always talk about her advocacies, about OFWs. She would always answer her phone about the problem of an OFW in the Middle East. She will always be extending a helping hand, although she was not a rich person, but she was always extending a helping hand in her expertise in dealing with problems of OFWs to our OFWs. Kaya saludo po ako sa kanya. We truly lost a great person. And when the President actually appointed her to the DMW, I was so happy and elated. I was really happy and elated that it was her who was able to be the first, the Secretary of the Department. We will always remember Toots Ople as a singularly kind individual who poured her heart and soul into serving our least privileged and least heard. So, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues in the Senate, on behalf of the Senate, we'd like to extend our deepest condolences to the family of Toots Ople, and let us make sure that her legacy will never be forgotten and will always continue throughout the ages. Once again, maraming salamat, Mr. President, and again, our deepest sympathies and condolences.
Thank you, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to give these representations a co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President?
Yes, the Majority Leader is now recognized.
Marami pong salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, nakakabigla po, nakapanlulumo, at nakakalungkot ng husto ang balitang pumanaw na ang kauna-unahang kalihim ng Department of Migrant Workers, Secretary, kababayan, kapatid, Toots Ople. Bago po ang lahat, Ginoong Pangulo, hayaan niyong iparating ko po ang aking taus-pusong pakikiramay sa pamilyang naiwan ni Secretary Toots. Hindi lang po ang biological o immediate family ang naiwan ni Secretary Toots. Pati na rin po ang ating mga kababayan sa Hagunoy, Bulacan at sa dakilang lalawigan ng Bulacan. Pati na rin ang milyong-milyong mga OFWs na kanyang inalagaan hanggang sa huling yugto po, Ginoong Pangulo, ng kanyang buhay. Before she was appointed as Secretary of DMW, Secretary Toots had been advocating for the protection of OFW rights and welfare. Through her non-governmental organization, Blas F. Ople Policy Center and Training Institute, she pushed for the elimination of human trafficking and illegal recruitment. Kaya naman po, suki natin lagi, Ginoong Pangulo, si Secretary Toots bilang resource person sa committee hearings at technical working groups ng Senate Committee on Labor noong nakaraang Kongreso. Lalo na po nung ginagawa natin ang panukalang batas para i-establish ang Department of Migrant Workers. Wala po tayong ibang tao na nasa isip, kahit pangalawa, Ginoong Pangulo, na mag-head nito kung hindi si Secretary Toots Ople. Her valuable contribution resulted in the inclusion of ethical recruitment in the law. She was instrumental with that particular provision, which refers to the lawful hiring of workers in a fair and transparent manner that respects and protects their dignity and human rights. This has Secretary Toots written all over it. As DMW Secretary, Secretary Toots is the perfect person for the job. Her vision for the OFW home in the government was well aligned with the purpose for which the department was created. Alam po niya, Ginoong Pangulo, ang pinagdadaanan ng migrant workers sa pagpasok at paghingi ng tulong sa gobyerno. Kaya isa rin po sa mga bilin ni Secretary Toots ay bawal ang pasaway, bawal ang masungit, at bawal din ang mga marites sa tahanan ng DMW. Through her leadership, DMW was able to accomplish significant milestones. The establishment of the One Repatriation Command Center, digitalization and national reintegration programs, bilateral labor agreements, and anti-illegal recruitment and trafficking in persons campaign. Sa kabila po ng kanyang matinding karamdaman, Ginoong Pangulo, hindi po tumigil si Secretary Toots sa kanyang pagbisita sa ating mga kababayang OFWs. Nang pumutok po ang kaguluhan sa Sudan, hindi nagpatinag si Secretary Toots. Bumiyahe po siya ng mahigit 842 kilometers sa disyerto patungo sa border ng Egypt at Sudan para tulungan ang ating mga kababayang naiipit doon. Bakit ko po alam ito, Ginoong Pangulo? Nakakausap po natin siya madalas, whether text or phone call, at talagang hindi matatawaran ang kanyang commitment bilang Secretary ng DMW. Secretary Toots, isa kang tunay na kampyon ng mga OFWs. Maraming salamat sa iyong pagmamahal sa mga OFWs. Salamat sa iyong kabutihan. Salamat sa pagiging mabuting kaibigan. Paalam at maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measure, Mr. President, is the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, no other than Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. I move that he be recognized.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, for the words that you gave Secretary Toots Ople. The distinguished colleague from Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join our colleagues in expressing our profound sympathy on the demise of Secretary Toots Ople. On a personal note, I vividly remember how close my late father was to her late father in the years here in the Senate that they were together. Ang mga kwento ng daddy ko tungkol sa husay at kabutihan ni Senator Blas ay siguradong natutuhan din ni Secretary Toots mula sa kanya. Si Secretary Toots po ay nauna nating nakilala bilang anak ni former Senator Blas Ople. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Sumasalamin sa pagkatao at puso ni Secretary Toots ang legasiya ng kanyang ama. Pero hindi po siya tumigil dito. She carved her own place in our history and touched the lives of Filipinos worldwide who felt her sincere and genuine service. Hindi po siya basta lamang na sumusunod sa yapak ng kanyang ama. Bagkus ay lumikha siya ng sarili niyang marka na hindi malilimutan lalo na ng mga OFWs na nailigtas niya sa tiyak na kapamakan. Through Secretary Toots, many families were united. Ang mga pangamba ng mga OFW na malayo sa kanilang lupang sinilangan habang nangungulila sa mga yakap at halik ng mga pamilya ay napawi sa kagyat at damang-damang tugon na tatak ng pamumuno ni Secretary Toots. Secretary Toots, maraming salamat po sa inyong hindi matatawarang serbisyo at malalim na pagmamahal sa bayan. Your legacy will live on forever. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bong Revilla.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measures, the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia S. Cayetano. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've known Secretary Toots for over a decade, probably closer to two. In my early days in the Senate, she would send me messages, position papers, would attend hearings, anything that had to do with OFWs. She was always present to share her views and many times even initiate the discussions because it was not being taken up either in Congress or in the public eye. So always our topics were OFWs. Beyond a few pleasantries kung kamustahan sa pamilya, talagang OFWs po ang pinag-uusapan namin. Words cannot express the loss that Secretary Ople is to the Filipino people. Truly a genuine, kind soul with the welfare of the OFWs in her heart and mind. She will be missed not just for her dedication to the OFWs, but the different aura that she presented to the public of what a public official can be. Mahal ka namin, Toots, we will miss you, but we trust that you have done a lot of work for the Filipinos. Kulang pa man, wala naman po kaming choice kundi ipaubaya ka na sa Diyos. We love you, Toots.
Thank you very much, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the resolution is the gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized.
Yes, your distinguished kuya, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the good one. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. I rise to co-sponsor with a heavy heart Senate Resolution number 747, taking into consideration my proposed Senate Resolution number 749, expressing the Senate's profound sympathy and sincerest condolences on the passing of Maria Susana Toots Ople, Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. Toots, as most of us fondly called the youngest daughter of labor leader and former Senate President Blas Ople, left an indelible mark on the lives of our overseas Filipino workers. In her lifetime, Secretary Toots embodied the very essence of service, compassion, advocacy, as she dedicated her life to advancing the cause of our modern-day heroes. Sec Toots was a dedicated public servant who worked tirelessly to improve the lives of OFWs and their families. She recognized the challenges they faced and established the Blas Ople Police Center and Training Institute, also known as the Ople Center. This nonprofit organization helps OFWs who have been victims of exploitation, abuse, discrimination, or human trafficking. The Ople Center also represents the migrant workers sector through partnerships with various bodies and organizations such as the Interagency Council Against Trafficking and the Coalition Against Trafficking of OFWs. No less than the United States government recognized her unwavering and persistent efforts by awarding her the 2013 Global Trafficking in Persons Hero Award, making her the only Asian recipient that year. 10 years ago, Mr. President, I sponsored Senate Resolution number 130 in this August chamber. The resolution commended Sec Toots for receiving the said award, which was given after the Philippines was listed in the U.S. State Department's annual Trafficking in Persons report as a Tier 2 country. This recognition signifies the country's ongoing efforts to follow the prescribed benchmarks for preventing human trafficking. At sa pangalawang pagkakataon, na tumayo ako para papurihan at bigyan ng parangal si Sec Toots, ito na pala ang pinakahuli. She is indeed her father's daughter, a fierce advocate for labor policies that safeguard the welfare of our overseas workers. Secretary Toots was a familiar sight in many congressional inquiries, sitting beside victims of injustice, giving them comfort, reassurance, and voice to the helpless. Siya ang nagsilbing boses ng mga OFW na naging biktima ng tanimbala, pilferage ng balikbayan boxes, at extortion na naranasan ng ilan natin mga kababayan sa NAIA, at naging gabay sa pagbalangkas ng mga pulisya para mapagtibay ang mga umiiral na batas. Karapat-dapat lamang nabigyan ng pinakamataas na pagkilala ng Senado ang pinakamasugid na tagapagtaguyod ng kapakanan at karapatan ng mga overseas Filipino workers at tapat na lingkod bayan. Beyond her advocacy, Secretary Toots was a beacon of hope and inspiration to countless individuals. Her compassion, warmth, and unyielding determination resonated with everyone she encountered. She stood as a shining example of how an individual can make a significant difference in the lives of many. And as we look back on her accomplishments, we must carry on her legacy. We should endeavor to maintain the values she advocated for and put in the effort to establish a setting where our OFWs are safeguarded and recognized for their dedication and impact. This resolution stands as a testament to the invaluable contributions of Toots Ople, whose legacy continues to inspire us in our efforts to elevate the rights, dignity, and well-being of our OFWs. May her life serve as a source of inspiration as we navigate the road ahead and guide us in our pursuit of a better, brighter future for them and their families. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Estrada.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Davao and Batangas, no other than Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Christopher Bongo, is recognized.
Mr. President, today we grieve the passing of an extraordinary leader and commemorate the life of a woman who devoted herself to our nation's service and the well-being of our overseas Filipino workers. Pag nirinig niyo po ang pangalan ni Secretary Toots Ople, ay talagang nako-connect po yan sa ating mga OFWs, ang ating mga modern-day heroes. Secretary Toots Ople, the inaugural Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers, stood as a symbol of hope and a genuine patriot. Secretary Toots Ople was the youngest among 7 siblings, raised in a family step in a public service. She embraced a fervent desire to assist others and a robust sense of responsibility. Secretary Ople's professional journey was characterized by her ceaseless quest for justice and her steadfast dedication to migrant workers' rights. As the founder and leader of the Blas Ople Policy Center, she extended help to distressed overseas Filipino workers worldwide through her widely listened to radio shows Bantay OFW and Global Pinoy. She offered support, guidance, and a voice to those who felt unheard. Her efforts were acknowledged across the globe. In 2020, the United Nations Secretary General named her as one of the 5 specialists for a 3-year term on the Board of Trustees of the UN Trust Fund for Victims of Human Trafficking. In 2013, she received the Trafficking in Persons Hero Award from then U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry. Chosen by President Bongbong Marcos as the inaugural secretary of the newly formed Department of Migrant Workers, Secretary Ople's fervor for social justice and steadfast dedication to the rights of migrant workers have etched a permanent mark on our society. Lubos po akong nalulungkot at nakikiramay sa pamilya ng ating butihing kalihim ng DMW na si Ma'am Susan Toots Ople. Siya po isang tunay na kaibigan at kakampi pagdating sa pagtataguyod ng karapatan at kapakanan ng ating mga OFWs. Maraming salamat po sa iyong pagmamahal sa ating mga OFWs, ang iyong inisyatibo na maging maayos po ang OFW Hospital at sa pagsulong mo sa magkaroon ng malasakit center doon sa naturang hospital. Malaking tulong po niya sa ating mga OFWs. Naway maipagpatuloy natin ang kanyang ligasiya at dakilang kontribusyon sa ahensya ng DMW. Her memory will stand as a lasting testament to the power of one individual to transform the world. Her legacy will continue to echo in our hearts and minds. As we say goodbye to this remarkable woman, we should not dwell on sorrow but honor her memory. We must carry on her relentless fight for justice, equality, and the welfare of our people, especially our OFWs. May her soul find everlasting peace, and we offer our deepest condolences to her family and loved ones. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Senator
President, this
Bongo.
juncture, before we proceed, may I just put into the records that the speeches of Senators Lapid, Poe, Binay, and Marcos be inserted into the records as their co-sponsorship
We
speech.
take note of the
Mr. President,
motion.
at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great city of Valenzuela, no other than Senator Win Gatchalian, for his co-sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Wing Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues in the Senate, it is an honor and privilege to co-sponsor proposed resolution number 747, which seeks to express the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of Migrant Workers Secretary Susan Toots Ople, a true advocate of labor and migrant rights who left us all too soon. Today, we gather here with hearts burdened by sorrow, united in the solemn purpose of honoring an extraordinary woman, a woman whose life's purpose was etched in the unyielding pursuit of justice for our beloved migrant workers. Mr. President, I humbly stand before you not solely as a fellow steward of the public good, but as one who traversed a path intertwined by the illustrious journey of Secretary Toots Ople. During the 2016 election campaign, we stood side by side, united in our mission to bring about positive change for our fellow Filipinos. Sa aming pagsasama, ipinakita ni Secretary Toots ang halaga ng tapang, integridad, dedikasyon at sa paglilingkod sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa mga OFW na nangangailangan ng tulong at proteksyon. We are also reminded of Secretary Toots' steadfast determination as she fearlessly embraced the role of leading the Department of Migrant Workers under the current administration. Her appointment as Migrant Workers Secretary was not just a mere title. It was the living embodiment of a legacy carved by her late father, the distinguished Senator Blas Ople, whose footsteps she bravely followed. Secretary Toots championed labor rights not as a mere duty, but as a calling ingrained in her very being as someone who has a bigger heart for the migrant workers. She understood the profound impact of her work, and she took on the challenge with humility and grace. Ginong Pangulo, ang legasiya ni Secretary Toots ay patuloy na mamumuhay sa ating lahat. Ang aming kolektibong advokasya ay patuloy na magbibigay liwanag at gabay sa ating mga kababayang OFW. Sa kanyang alaala, makaasang patuloy tayong magiging katuwang ng mga OFW sa tinatahak nilang landas sa pamamagitan ng mga programa naglalayong mag-aabot ng tulong at impormasyon sa ating mga kababayan tulad ng Lingkod OFW program na inilunsad natin sa Valenzuela City. At this moment, as we continue the work she started, let us be reminded that the struggle for migrant workers' rights is far from over. Let us be inspired by the memory of Secretary Toots and her unrelenting spirit, for it is in our hands to carry forward her legacy, to honor her memory, and to create a better future for our modern-day heroes. Through this proposed resolution, I humbly join my fellow policymakers in offering condolences and acknowledging Secretary Ople's remarkable legacy. Senate President Mig Zubiri, Majority Speaker Joel Villanueva, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Bongo, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Alan Cayetano, and to the co-sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Maraming salamat, Secretary Toots. Binigyan mo ng boses ang mga walang boses at ginampanan mo ng buong puso ang iyong responsibilidad na maipagtanggol ang karapatan ng ating mga kababayan na nasa ibang bansa. Tunay na ikaw ay naging ina ng ating mga kababayang OFW. Your memory will forever be etched in the heart of our nation. Thank you for the light you have shone upon our journey. Sauli, nais ko ring ipahayag ang aking pakikiramay at simpatsya sa buong pamilya. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Maraming salamat, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Davao and Bohol, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished gentleman and member of this August Chamber, Senator Bato de la Rosa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, today, the entire Philippines suffers a great loss. Before anything else, allow me to express my condolences to the bereaved family, loved ones, and colleagues of the Department of Migrant Workers Secretary Maria Susan Toots Ople. I humbly stand then to co-sponsor Senate Resolution number 747, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of Maria Susan Toots Ople. The good secretary passed away yesterday, August 22, 2023. Throughout all the manifestations, we will hear so many great and noble things about her. We will hear of how Secretary Toots was a champion of Filipino migrant workers who answered the call of service even when she was battling with cancer. Secretary Toots was a woman in a category of her own, standing not only for the overseas Filipino workers, but also for their family at home. Allow me, however, Mr. President, to remember her in a way that is different, but also the same. When I was still Chief of the Philippine National Police, Secretary Toots wrote me an open letter which was published in one of our national newspapers on January 22, 2017. In the letter, she wrote, and I quote, "Amidst the rivalry between good and evil within the Philippine National Police, I implore you to keep us safe and for justice and human rights to be the bedrocks of our society." To me, that was the kind of person that Secretary Toots was and never failed to be. She was one who reminded all of us of what our positions mean and what they demand of us. Fearless in the face of authority, if it meant reminding those in authority that whatever power they possess is only on account of the people who trust them, the people rights they are called to uphold, Secretary Toots was a force to be reckoned with, and I cannot even bear to keep talking about her in the past tense. Mr. President, she still is a force to be reckoned with. Mr. President, we may have lost her physically, but her exemplary contribution to our country will remain a legacy. It is this legacy that will persist despite the physical loss that we now feel. Ang integridad ng kanyang pamumuno at pamamahala ay magpapatuloy hanggat may mga taong pipiling hindi makalimot. Kabilang ako sa mga taong yon. Ginoong Pangulo, as I stand before this august body, I make it my commitment to continue to uphold the good governance that Secretary Toots exemplified. I will not fail you, Secretary Toots. More importantly, I will not fail the country. Your reminders reverberate in my ears. Even now, when I am no longer the Chief PNP, I will always stand for justice. To the family and loved ones of Secretary Susan Toots Ople, please accept our deepest sympathies. Your loss is our loss, and we share in your grief. We are grateful for her remarkable contributions to our nation, and we stand united in carrying forward the torch of her advocacy. May Secretary Ople rest in peace, knowing that her legacy lives on in the lives she touched and the hearts she inspired. Let us remember her with gratitude and continue to strive for a nation that honors the dignity and sacrifices of our modern-day heroes, our overseas Filipino workers. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the city of Las Piñas, no other than Senator Mark Villar. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague from Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized.
Mr. President, excuse me. Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues in the Senate, today I stand before you with a heavy heart to sponsor a resolution expressing our deepest sympathy for the loss of Secretary Susan Toots Ople of the Department of Migrant Workers. Our nation, along with the countless migrant workers around the world, mourns the loss of a relentless advocate and friend to our workers abroad. Secretary Toots Ople's dedication reached beyond her role in government, extending to her partnership in the yearly OFW Summit held by our family and the Villar Foundation every November, which is now going on its 12th year. Her commitment and collaboration have been vital to our collective mission of empowering and protecting our overseas Filipino workers. A seasoned writer, an advocate, and a living reflection of her father Blas Ople's commitment to champion the cause of laborers, her work has touched millions of lives, both here and abroad. Her leadership, her wisdom, her awards and recognitions all bear witness to a life dedicated to the welfare and dignity of the Filipino workers. To my family, she is a dear friend whose energy, passion for life, kindness, and compassion will always be cherished. I'll always cherish the many dinners that we would have in our house with Secretary Toots, the books that she would send to me and my wife, and she would always put a short message whenever she felt about what she felt about the book and why we should read it. And also, pag may biyahe siya, I would always be happy to see her pasalubong for me in my office. She was a true friend. And before she passed away, she was working on a book with my wife detailing their respective health journeys. Her departure has left a void that we deeply feel. Her passing leaves a void in our nation, but her life's work will certainly continue to inspire us all. May her legacy live on, and may her soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Mark Villar.
Next to co-sponsor the measure, Mr. President, is our distinguished Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Aquilino Coco Pimentel, the third is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With profound sadness, I stand before you today to join the whole nation and the millions of overseas Filipinos who are mourning the passing of Secretary Susan Toots Ople, the Secretary of the first ever Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. Fondly and lovingly called by her nickname Toots, Toots was a dedicated advocate for the welfare and rights of our overseas Filipino workers, both as the Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers and as the founder of the Blas F. Ople Policy Center and Training Institute. Toots was a guiding light for countless overseas Filipinos, especially during the darkest hours of their lives, thousands of miles away from home. Secretary Ople's dedication to their cause was evident in every aspect of her work. Her tenure as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers was characterized by an unwavering commitment to improve the condition of our kababayans working abroad. She did not waste a day to organize and establish the newly created Department of Migrant Workers. Under her tenure, DMW is truly the home of overseas Filipinos. Under Secretary Ople's leadership, the DMW launched the One Repatriation Command Center, a one-stop solution for those in need, ensuring their cases were meticulously tracked until they were united with their families in the Philippines. The Blas F. Ople Policy Center and Training Institute became a sanctuary of support for OFWs, complementing the support that the government provides to OFWs. On a personal note, I had the privilege of working with Toots, and I called her Ate Toots, when we were co-hosting a radio program, Mr. President. And when I was still a practicing lawyer, we even organized a forum on the kafala system, and that was decades ago already, Mr. President. So she was a true friend to me and a closer friend to my sister Manangwen, and we will be missing her deeply, Mr. President. And I remember when my father was already looking like he was losing his battle against cancer, and we called for prayers. Toots was very generous and thoughtful enough, Mr. President, to respond to our call for prayers. And she published a column, Praying for Sunshine Nene, where she recalled her interactions with my father and also called for prayers for the recovery of my father. So that was how thoughtful Toots was. My biggest regret now, Mr. President, is not being able to reciprocate calling for prayers for Toots, because I did not know her condition, Mr. President. So the nation has lost a source of hope for not only OFWs but for all our kababayans, and a true friend, not only to OFWs but to all of us, as we have heard from the testimonies this afternoon, Mr. President. The government has lost a very dedicated public servant. The government has lost the perfect choice for Secretary of the Department for Migrant Workers. So rest in peace, my dear friend Ate Toots, and our deepest condolences, sincerest condolences to the family, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, sir, distinguished Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Pakikiramay sa pamilyang Ople, sa nakakashock at napaka-malungkot ng pangatlong pangungulila nila sa loob lamang ng ilang linggo dito sa pagkamatay ni Secretary Toots Ople. Sa loob ng maraming administrasyon, long before na naging kalihim siya ng inilikha nating Department of Migrant Workers, isinulong na ni Secretary Toots ang karapatan at kagalingan ng ating mga overseas Filipino workers, baon ng kanyang institutional memory bilang anak ng kanyang ama, at baon na rin ang sarili niyang passion, galing at husay. Isa sa napakaraming pagkakataon na inilaan ni Secretary Toots ang kanyang palagiang at napakahusay na pakikipagtulungan alang-alang sa mga migrant workers ay noong pagkatapos kong bumalik galing sa Taiwan para makipagkonsulta sa mga overseas Filipino workers natin doon na binantaan ng ambassador ng China dito sa Pilipinas. Humingi po ako kay Secretary Toots at kanyang ibinigay ang payo kung papaano ang kanyang departamento habang patuloy na sumusunod sa polisiya ng executive ay makapaglaan pa rin ng tulong sa ating mga OFWs doon sa Taiwan, kahit pa sa pamamagitan ng pamamaraang people to people. Totoong kay Secretary Toots, tunay at isinabuhay niya ang tungkuling Leave No One Behind. At Mr. President, para sa hapong ito ng ating pakikidalamhati sa kanyang pamilya, mga kaibigan at lahat ng kanyang pinaglingkurang mga migrant workers, ang huling nais kong ibahagi sa lahat ay ang aking pagpapasalamat na nasaksihan ko at naranasan kung gaano ka mapagmahal na kabaro si Secretary Toots at kung gaano tulad ng isinalaysay ni Minority Leader at ng ating ibang mga kasama sa Senado, na siya ay isang taong punong-puno ng pananampalataya. Manahimik ka, Secretary Toots, at lagi sanang nasisinagan ka ng liwanag ng ating Panginoon. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Isabela, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Committee on Migrant Workers in the Senate, our distinguished colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, before anything else, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to the bereaved family of Secretary Toots Ople. Mr. President, I first met Secretary Ople back on August 11, 2022. I was a new elected senator then, but it was clear that I was going to be the committee chairman of the migrant workers, and she will be appointed as the Secretary of DMW. I met her outside the Senate in my office, and I was very impressed by her humility and being so friendly and soft-spoken. In the 30 minutes that we sat down and spoke, napansin ko yung kanyang pagiging very attentive and focused sa aming mga pinag-uusapan, and not once na kinontra niya po ako sa aking mga suwestyon, bagamat napakalawak po yung kanyang karanasan pagdating po sa mga OFW, and she knows and she knew na napakahaba din po ng aking karanasan sa mga OFW, but never na kinontra niya ako. I learned a lot from her, and she learned a lot from me. Mr. President, in my 1 year of serving as chairman of the Committee on Migrant Workers, I have seen the passion Secretary Toots Ople had for our dear migrant workers. She was very hands-on in handling the cases of our migrant workers that needed rescuing in other countries. This came from her years of fighting for our laborers and migrant workers. When I was just a newly elected senator, she was one of the officials that I consulted with regards to the policies that I want to lay down in the Senate. And at that point, I saw that she was an ally in advocating for OFWs. Mr. President, I was fierce in monitoring the activities of the DMW. I did not always see eye to eye with Secretary Toots, but she remained professional about it. She was focused on her advocacy. She listened to suggestions and made sure to update me of what was happening in the concerns that I have raised in her agency. Instead of being proud and resist our criticism, she took it as a way to move the DMW forward to what the Congress intended to be. I honor Secretary Toots Ople for her heart for our OFWs and sincere advocacy for their plight. Maraming salamat, Secretary Toots, sa maiksing panahon ng iyong panunungkulan. Marami po kayo napabagong buhay ng ating mga OFW. Marami po ako natutunan sa inyo. Maraming salamat sa iyo. Rest in peace. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Maraming
Mr.
salamat,
President.
Senator Tulfo.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the gentleman from Nueva Ecija and Bicol, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang akin pong mahal na ama, si Roy Padilla Sr. at si dating kalihim Blas Ople, sila po ay laging magkasama sa International Labor Organization Summit sa Geneva. Matagal po silang magkasama. At ako po ay masyadong natuwa noong na-appoint si kalihim Toots Ople sapagkat sa kanya pong dugo ay nananalaytay sa ugat niya ang pagsisilbi, pagmamahal sa mga manggagawa at tunay na makatao. Ginoong Pangulo, ako po ay labis na tinamaan sa inyo pong talumpati na patungkol po sa paglalaan ng magandang gawa at yung buhay ng isang tao kapag iginugol mo to sa pagsisilbi sa kapwa, tunay pong yaan ay, sabi nga po sa Katipunan, ang buhay na ibinigay mo sa serbisyo ay tunay na mahalaga at tunay na makabuluhan. At yaan po ang ipinakita sa atin ni kalihim Ople. Sapagkat marami na pong nakakaalam sa atin na meron po siyang karamdaman, pero itinuloy po niya, ipinakita niya ang halimbawa sa kanyang kagawaran na ang pagsisilbi sa ating mga OFW, hindi sukatan kung ikaw ay may taning na o ano, hindi. Ito ay pagbibigay ng serbisyo, buhay mo. Hindi po totoo na ang pagiging mandirigma ay armas na espada o baril lang ang dala. Kung hindi, katunayan ng sinabi ni Dr. Jose Rizal, the pen is mightier than the sword. Napakalinaw po dito, no? Ginamit ni kalihim Ople ang kanyang talino para magserbisyo sa kapwa. At yan po ay malaking aral sa ating mga Department of Migrant Workers na ipinakita niya sa inyo at sa gobyerno na ang lagi nga pong sinasabi, ito ay very, very famous po itong kasabihan na to na I will pass this way but once. So whatever goodness or kindness or service that I can give to my fellow men, let me do it now. Because we will never pass this way again. At yan po ang pinakita sa atin ni kalihim Ople. Kaya ako po, kasama po ng lahat ng mga senador, ay sumasaludo sa tunay na bayani ng ating bayan, kalihim Ople. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I just put into the records that the co-sponsorship speeches of Senators Legarda and Escudero be inserted into the records.
We take note of the motion of the Majority Leader.
Also, Mr. President, we would like to put on record that DMW officials are here with us this afternoon, Yusek Hans Kakdak and Asek Jerome Pampolina. we
Welcome to your
recognize
Senate.
and acknowledge their presence. And
We also
again,
like to give our deepest
we
condolences
give
to
our
the
deepest
department.
sympathies, Mr. President. Mr. President, last but not the least, to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished Deputy Majority Leader, the one who defended the first budget of DMW last year, Mr. President, no other than Senator J.V. Ejercito. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito of San Juan, is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I just wanted my co-sponsorship speech be inserted to the records, but just want to say a few things because as what the majority leader has mentioned, his pet bill, which is the creation of the Department of Migrant Workers, under your leadership, Mr. President, I was the one who had the opportunity to defend the very first budget of the DMW last year. And that's when I had the opportunity to really work hand in hand with the Secretary Toots, and I saw the passion and her sincerity in really serving our dear OFWs. And likewise, during that budget hearing, Mr. President, I'd like to thank, under your leadership, I'd like to thank also our Finance Committee Chair that upon the request of Secretary Toots back then to augment the very first budget, he added added about 2 billion right away in the very first budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. And likewise, I'd like to mention also that during the universal health care implementation and actually during the drafting, Secretary Toots then, who was not yet in government, was already relentless in reminding me as the sponsor to make the contributions, the premium contributions of our OFWs very affordable. So you can see already how sincere and how determined she was really in working for our OFWs back then. And on a personal note, Mr. President, being a cancer survivor, I had the chance to talk to her together with our majority leader back then when she was about to undergo chemotherapy because my wife also had cancer, and we lent to her the ice pack, no, so that every time she goes on a chemotherapy, she can use this so that she would not lose her hair. So that's when we became close. And likewise, during the National Integrated Cancer Control Act, no, during the deliberations of this landmark legislation, she was also very active. No, being a cancer survivor, she was very active in the deliberations of this landmark legislation, health legislation that we passed in 2019. So, Mr. President, I was looking forward to working with Secretary Toots again in this budget, and we still have a lot of things to do. Being a new department, there's still a lot of challenges. In fact, I had the chance to go to Korea and Singapore upon the request of Secretary Toots so that we may witness the transition of the operations from the Philippine Embassy, from OWA, going into the Migrant Workers Office. So, and I was really looking forward to this budget season because we are making strides already in making sure that the DMW operates well. So with that, we're just like everybody else here, Mr. President, we were shocked and still very much affected, no, by the loss of a great public servant. And we cannot think of any other. I cannot think of, being the one who defended the DMW, I cannot really think of a better secretary to really head the Department of Migrant Workers. So with that, Mr. President, we offer our condolences and we mourn the loss of Secretary Tusople. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator JV.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution? So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, all members are now co-authors of this resolution.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 747, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 748, 749, 751, 752, 753, 754, 755, 756, and 757, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I'd just like to add as well, during the Commission on Appointments hearings for Secretary Toots Ople, she had one of the shortest in terms of wait time because she had the support of everyone. And so much so, overwhelming support, and so much so that during the sponsorship of her appointment, halos lahat ay tumayo para magbigay po ng co-sponsorship speech for this gentle lady secretary. And really, it's truly a loss for our country. And you can even read the president's face yesterday when he was told about the death of our Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. So we'd like to also remind our colleagues that tomorrow, I'd ask that we can deliver the resolution personally around 4 to 5 p.m. in the afternoon at the wake. If our colleagues are free, please join me in giving the resolution of the Senate to the family at the Heritage Park. I believe it's at Heritage Park tomorrow afternoon. So with that, there being no objection to the motion of our Majority Floor Leader, the proposed Senate Resolution number 747, taking consideration proposed Senate Resolution 748, 749, 751, 752, 753, 754, 755, 756, and 757 is hereby adopted subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, we convey our sincerest condolences to the family of Secretary Toots Ople. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 719. This is the resolution congratulating the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. Secretary, please read the title of the measure.
Resolution congratulating the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fourth Watch, on the occasion of its 50th Golden Church Anniversary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we recognize our distinguished colleague from the great city of Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Cynthia Villar of Las Piñas, is recognized.
Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues in the Senate, I stand before you to sponsor the proposed resolution number 719, congratulating the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fourth Watch, on the occasion of its 50th Golden Church Anniversary, which I filed along with Senators Nancy Binay, Bongo, Amy Marcos, and Mark Villar. This August 2023 marks a historic milestone for PMCC Fourth Watch. 50 golden years of selfless dedication, faith, hope, and love. The anniversary is a reflection on a journey that has touched lives across the globe. Founded by Chief Executive Minister Arsenio T. Ferriol, PMCC Fourth Watch began as a modest effort in the Philippines. Today, its presence spans 71 countries, guiding the path for millions seeking solace, support, and community. During the recent pandemic, when the world was grappling with uncertainty, PMCC Fourth Watch became a refuge of compassion and unity. Through broadcast, prayers, and humanitarian efforts, they demonstrated the power of collective faith and action. The Church's commitment to evangelism, which is a defining aspect of its identity, extends beyond spiritual guidance. Members share their faith through door-to-door missionary work, public outreach, and broadcast initiative like Oras ng Katotohanan and Surer Word. These efforts connect hearts and minds worldwide, embodying universal principles of love and compassion and biblical teachings. Social initiatives such as medical assistance, disaster rescue, and educational outreach bear witness to the living embodiment of Christian principle with PMCC Fort Watch. The growth into one of the largest indigenous Pentecostal churches in our nation is a testament to their success in spiritual nourishment. Apostle Arsenio T. Ferriol's leadership stands as a shining example of global compassion and responsibility. His dedication to spiritual teaching continues to inspire us to strive for a better world. As we celebrate PMCC Fort Watch 50th anniversary, we recognize their profound spiritual and social impact. Congratulations, PMCC Fort Watch, on a journey filled with faith, love, and dedication. May your future continue to enrich lives. Let's honor this momentous milestone and be inspired to strive for a world filled with understanding, compassion, and unity. Hence, I urge my colleagues to join me in acknowledging this achievement and recognizing a church that has nourished the faith and lives of many across the globe. Thank you, Mr. President, and my dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Villar.
Thank you. Mr. President, this representation would also like to co-sponsor the measure, but we will give way to our colleagues to give their co-sponsorship speech. May I just put into the record that this representation, together with Senators Escudero and Binay, would like to insert into the records our co-sponsorship speech.
Yes, we take note of the motion of the majority floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Batangas, Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Bongo, is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise before this august body to co-sponsor the resolution congratulating the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ Fort Watch under the leadership of its Chief Executive Minister and the good man of the House, Apostle Arsenio T. Ferriol, on the occasion of its 50th church anniversary. In the Philippines and elsewhere, the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ Fort Watch has been a significant religious institution. The church, which was founded on Pentecostal tenets, becomes an integral tool in fostering the spiritual developments of its members. Furthermore, the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ Fort Watch holds an indispensable role in shaping Filipinos into the dedicated servants of God we are today. Without their unwavering support and nurturing guidance, our hearts would not be brimming with the abundant grace of God that sustains us. It has made a substantial contribution to the cultural and social fabric of the Filipino society through its teachings, services, and community involvement. It is for this reason that on their 50th church anniversary, we must remember to support these individuals in their efforts to provide spiritual guidance and divine education to everyone, especially those who are most vulnerable. We can do this by praying for their safety and well-being, by supporting organizations that support their work, and by volunteering our time and resources to help them in their mission. Muli, maraming salamat po sa Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ Fort Watch, lalo na sa suporta ninyo, hindi lamang sa gobyerno, kundi sa inyong pagsiservisyo sa ating mga kapwa Pilipino at pagdarasal para sa ating bansa, lalo na sa panahong marami sa mga kababayan natin ang naghihirap. Iba-iba man ang ating pamamaraan, iisa po ang ating hangarin, ito ay mabigyan ng ligtas, komportable at mapayapang buhay ang lahat ng ating mga kababayan. Your profound guidance and influence have cultivated a steadfast faith and an enduring connection to divine teachings, allowing us to navigate this life's journey with purpose and devotion. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measures, the gentleman from Bohol and Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Pride of the Bisaya, mga Bisaya, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, it is my honor to co-sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 719, congratulating the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fort Watts, on the occasion of its 50th Golden Church anniversary. Founded on the principle of faith, unity, and service, the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fort Watts, has played an integral role in our community, enriching the lives of its members and fostering a sense of spirituality that transcends boundaries. Through its unwavering dedication to spreading the message of hope and compassion, the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fort Watts, has not only uplifted its congregation, but has also contributed positively to the fabric of our society. Its outreach programs, community initiatives, and emphasis on education have empowered countless individuals and families, leaving an indelible mark on our shared history. Today, when we recognize the efforts of the church leadership, clergy, and members who have tirelessly worked to create a welcoming and inclusive spiritual home. Their commitment to nurturing the spiritual, emotional, and social well-being of the community exemplifies the values that make our society strong. Romans chapter 8, verses 38 to 39 says, "For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord." We thank the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fort Watts, for being a constant reminder of this. I thus urge my esteemed colleagues to join me in congratulating them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I also put into the records of this August chamber that the co-sponsorship speeches of Senators Angara, Gatchalian, and Ejercito be inserted into the records.
We take note of the motion of the Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, also, I would like to move that all the members of the Senate be made co-authors, co-sponsor of the measure.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 719, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, before we act on the motion, the Chair would like to congratulate the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ on its 50th Golden Anniversary. May God bless you with 100 more years to come. So there being no objection, proposed Senate Resolution number 719 with all members of the Senate as co-author and co-sponsor of the measure is hereby adopted. Congratulations. May we ask for a minute suspension?
Yes, thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader?
President. And again, we congratulate and greet our brothers and sisters in Christ, the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, for its 50th Golden Church anniversary.
Yes,
Thank you,
and we
Mr.
move
President.
I will suspend session for a minute so that we can have a photo opportunity.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Session suspended.
President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2243 under Committee Report number 85. This is the bill on Philippine Salt Industry Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We'd like to recognize the sponsors.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill and that I now move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpellate Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized, and to interpellate our distinguished colleague from Visayas and Mindanao, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Ginoong Pangulo, Ginoong Pangulo,
Opo, kapatid, distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
maaari po bang makahingi lang ng konting oras? Ako po ay nagbigay ng pugay na kay Senator Cynthia Villar at kay Senator Bato de la Rosa para sa isang maigsing manifestasyon lang po.
Then we have to withdraw first suspend the consideration of the measure. Is it about salt, Your Honor? Or
Hindi po, hindi po. Isang maiksi lang po ito,
okay.
Ginoong Pangulo.
Maybe
May
Majority
I move,
Leader.
Mr. President, that we suspend
withdraw.
consideration of Senate Bill 2243 under Committee Report number 85.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved, and we'd like to recognize a distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Maraming salamat po. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Ginoong Pangulo, ito pong sunod-sunod na araw, lumalabas po ang mga mapaggawa ng chismis patungkol po sa mga pangulo daw na nagtraidor sa inang bayan. Una po dyan, gumawa po ang ating kasama ni Senator Jinggoy Estrada ng pagtatanggol sa kanyang ama. Sumunod din po, pinagtanggol din po ni dating Pangulo Gloria Macapagal Arroyo ang kanyang sarili patungkol po dito. Ngayon naman po ay binabakbakan ang dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Nais ko lamang pong ipaalam na kahit kailan, hindi po nagkaroon ng pag-uusap ang bansang Chino at ang Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte patungkol po sa pag-aalis ng MV Sierra Madre diyan sa Ayungin Shoal. Ito po ay pinatunayan din ng ating dating kalihim na si Medialdea patungkol po rito. Ginoong Pangulo, gusto ko lamang pong ipaalam sa lahat na ang ating pong dating Pangulo ay master sa geopolitics at hindi po siya kailanman ibebenta ang Pilipinas. At katunayan, sa panahon po niya, nagkaroon tayong ng napakaraming assets po natin sa Armed Forces of the Philippines, maging himpapawid, karagatan, katihan. Sa panahon po niya, nagkaroon ng maraming assets ang Coast Guard. Gusto ko lamang pong ipaalam sa lahat na ang ating dating Pangulo ay siya po ay nagtanggol ng ating soberenya. Hindi po kailanman siya magiging traidor. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. President, if I may, meron din po akong actually kaugnay na manifestasyon tungkol sa Philippine Coast Guard, aided by some slides, Mr. President, if I may be allowed.
Yes, please proceed. Is this an interjection or a interpellation, a form of interpellation?
It's not an interpellation, Mr. President. It's an interjection because my manifestation is exactly related to the topic. That part of the topic, kaugnay po ng Philippine Coast Guard, Mr. President, tulad ng minanifest ngayon lamang ng good gentleman from
Before we
Bicol,
allow you
Mr.
to proceed,
President.
Madam Deputy Minority Floor Leader, we'd like to recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, I recognize the importance of this issue and respect the views and the interests of our colleagues to make their manifestations. But we also have people who have reservations for privileged speeches, including this representation. So if this is going to turn into a privileged speech with interpellation, with presentation, just want to put it on record para clear lang naman po yung rules natin. Yun lang naman po. Kasi I told the majority floor leader kung kailan ako ma-accommodate, last week, next week, walang problema naman ho yun. So for the record lang po, bahala na ho kayo, but let's be conscious of that only. Thank you.
Session
I submit,
suspended
Mr.
for 1 minute.
Congrats, Mr. President.
President, and with the indulgence of our distinguished colleagues, especially Senator Ontiveros and Senator Cayetano, Pia Cayetano, Mr. President, I will move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2243 under Committee Report number 85, and this is the bill on Philippine Salt Industry Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. The majority floor leader motion is approved.
Mr. President, again, the parliamentary status is that we have sponsored the measure, and now I move that we open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpellate Senator Bato de la Rosa. So move.
We'd like to recognize once again Senator Cynthia Villar to sponsor and Senator Bato de la Rosa to interpolate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. First, Mr. President, I wish to spread into the record my full support for the strengthening and revitalization of the Philippine salt industry. And so, the purpose of my interpellation is simply to shed light on how this proposed measure will be able to attain this objective. Would a good sponsor yield to a few questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. For the record, may we know what factors and conditions at present have led the committee to decide that it is high time to push for the passage of this measure? For instance, how much of our salt is actually imported? And the follow-up question, in stark contrast to that, can the good sponsor tell us categorically, are we perfectly capable of producing and supplying our own salt? And another follow-up question is, what is preventing us from doing so? Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. President.
I just want to trace the history of the salt industry in the Philippines. In 1970, we produce 89% of our soil demand locally, and we import 11%. No, but we passed this salt iodization law, and we did not teach the farmer what is iodization, so they stopped producing salt. And so by 2023, we are importing 93% of our salt, and we are just producing 7%. So it's the other way around na. Yung dati, yun ang pinoproduce natin, tapos yung maliit ang ini-import natin. Ngayon, yun ang dati natin pinoproduce ang ini-import natin, tapos lumiit na yung local production. Because we changed the rules, and then our farmers were not taught how to iodize salt. So they stopped producing salt. And what is the reason for iodization? It was required because young people now are lacking in iodine, and that's bad for the health. But if you review the demand for food out of our soil supply, it's only 39%. And the rest are for non-food. The 39 for fertilization of coconut, which is 50%, and for industrial use, it's something like 11%. So, nagkamali po. Sana, ni-require na lang yung sa food na gagamitin, i-iodize, but not all the production of the farmers to be iodized, because actually, the farmers are using the salt for fertilization of coconut trees, not for eating or for human consumption. So nagkamali doon. So now we are amending the law so that we will remove the iodization requirement. We will just let them produce salt, and if the food manufacturer or those who will sell food would need to iodize, then they can iodize. Kasi ang nangyari, hindi na yung ini-import natin, hindi naman iodize, ina-iodize din dito eh. So, what's the use? So, we're changing the rules.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, for that enlightenment. Actually, I'm one of these author of this bill, but yung enlightenment mo ngayon ko lang talaga nakuha yan. Because alam kong alam na alam mo yung agriculture sector natin kahit saan ka tatanungin. Kaya my next question, Mr. President, is that how does Senate Bill number 2243 address these present concerns? Mr. President, how does the establishment of a salt industry development council seek to address the problem of importation? How can the bill encourage local production?
Okay. We will remove the requirement of iodization. If you want to manufacture food or sell food which needs iodine, you just iodize. But the rest of the salt farmers don't have to iodize. And I'm suggesting that we tax the import by 9% because that is according to our agreement with the rest of the other countries. And with that, we will generate something like 640 million a year, which we can give to the salt farmers so that they can establish their salt farms, mechanize, and and be competitive. Oo. Kasi nakita natin na yung mga, kaya mura ang salt abroad because they're mechanized and they have the capital to do it. So for our local farmers to be able to produce salt again, we will tax the imported salt by 9%, and we will generate money and use it to help our salt farmers establish again more salt farms in the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Next question is, we appreciate the good intentions of the bill, Mr. President. We appreciate the fact that the bill expressly states the significance and the indispensable role of salt farmers. However, we also need to acknowledge that there is a gap between theory and practice. May mga pangangailangan ang ating mga magsasaka na sa tingin ko ay hindi kayang tugunan ng pagbubuo ng isang national council na national din ang pananaw. So how does the bill respond to the needs of our farmers for upskilling the technical support? For upskilling and the technical support?
The council will just manage the industry, but because of the tariff from collection, we will have 684 million pesos, which is 50% will go to salt machinery and equipment to be implemented by BIFAR, which will be worth 340 million. And then 40% will be used for salt farm warehouses. And that would be 273 million. And then the 5% will be used for extension services to teach them how to operate this salt machinery. And then another 5% to NFRDI for research and development in case there is a need for research to improve the system of the salt industry. And with this, every year we can give 9 sets of machinery and equipment worth 35 million each. We can allocate salt farm warehouses and storage area, 6 of them worth 48 million each. And we can also distribute salt iodization machineries worth 50,000 per unit to those who will iodize.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. If in the proper time, Madam Sponsor, I hope you are amenable for a possible amendment coming from this representation. Baka pwedeng lakihan natin kunti yung portion about para ma-upskill yung mga farmers natin at saka yung technical support. Yung tungkol sa training, ma'am, pwede ba natin yung dagdagan ng
Yeah.
konti dahil we need more improvement in that area.
I think we will give, because this is the projection of tariff. This is not GAA. This is yung proceeds of tariff. So if we want to give more money, we will put it in the GAA.
Thank you, Madam
Of
Sponsor.
the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources.
Yes po, kasi tayo sa Pilipinas, napakalawak ng ating karagatan, napakalawak ng ating shoreline, ay tayo pala ay nag-import ng ganong kalaking quantity ng asin. So, parang
Sayang.
hindi talaga na-exploit yung ating natural resources, particularly yung asin. So, maganda po yan, Madam Sponsor. My next question is, napansin ko na sa pagbuo ng council, mayroong nakalaang posisyon para sa mga kinatawan ng Salt Farmer Cooperative. 2 mula sa Luzon at isang posisyon na para Visayas at Mindanao. May I know the rationale behind this, ma'am? Bakit 2 sa Luzon, tapos sa Visayas at Mindanao, isa lang?
Kasi po talagang ang adapted, ang tawag nila dyan Type 1 provinces, ay lahat ay nasa Luzon. Yung Type 1 provinces, yung climate niya and bagay, pati yung kanyang rainfall and all that. Kasi hindi nabubuo ang salt pag naulan. Kailangan may init. Oo. So, kinlassify nila ang provinces in the Philippines, 9 provinces na Type 1 good for salt farms are all in Luzon. But we're giving one representation din sa Visayas, Mindanao kahit na walang masyadong bagay sa mga provinces sa Visayas, Mindanao for salt farms. Oo.
So, Madam Sponsor,
It is based on study. It's not my theory.
Technically speaking, am I correct to understand that this salt industry is less visible in my
Yes.
in my Mindanao and
Based on studies.
in Visayas?
Yes. Only Antique has type 1 pero maliit. Kasi ginagawa yan along the coastal inaral na nila yung mga coastal areas. And ang malalaking pwede would be Pangasinan, La Union, and then Mindoro Occidental, Mindoro Oriental, Zambales, and Bataan.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. I asked that question because I was hoping that mabigyan ng representation, kahit na equal representation na lang, one from Luzon, one from Visayas, and one from Mindanao. But if that is the reason, then I subscribe to the wisdom of the good sponsor. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, for that answer. So, in closing, Mr. President, I thank the good sponsor for this enriching time. Truly, we all intend to see the salt industry of the Philippines flourish the way it should. Maraming salamat, Madam Sponsor, at Mr. President, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also our colleague from the Mindanao provinces and the Visayas.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Next to interpellate is our Minority Leader. Session suspended.
move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2243 under Committee Report number 85. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we proceed with the privileged speeches. And with the permission of the body, I move that we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to deliver her privileged speech. Thank you, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized for her privilege speech.
Salamat, Mr. President. And with thanks to the good majority leader and to the good gentlewoman from Taguig and Pateros who allowed me to proceed before her, Mr. President, I rise today on a point of personal and collective privilege. Yesterday, August 22nd, the Rotation and Resupply Mission, or RORE, en route to BRP Sierra Madre on Ayungin Shoal was successfully conducted by the Philippine Coast Guard and the Armed Forces of the Philippines, despite China Coast Guard and China Maritime Militia's attempts to interdict our vessels. Isang mainit na pagpupugay po sa ating magigiting na tropa. Mabuhay po kayo. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I long for the day that the successful conduct of our resupply missions is the norm, not the exception. I long for the day when we can freely navigate our waters without trepidation. Sa ngayon, alam natin na hindi ito ang realidad. Kahit matagumpay ang misyon kahapon, nangharas at nangharang pa rin ang mga barko ng China. China has deprived us of many things, including our right to freedom of navigation. Kaya po, gusto kong balikan ang mga naganap noong August 5 sa gitna ng laot ng West Philippine Sea. Sa aking pananaw, may dalawang bagay ang nangangailangan ng kaunti pang pagpapaliwanag. Una, buong tapang manghinarap ng ating mga Philippine Coast Guard ang water cannoning ng China, ipinapakita rin nito ang agwat ng puwersa ng ating bansa, pati na rin sa kakayahan ng ating mga bantay dagat. Bilang mga tagapangasiwa ng national budget, naniniwala akong dapat ilakip natin ang mga panghaharas ng China noong August 5. Kung nais natin ang isang halimbawa kung bakit panatilihing ligtas at buo ng ating maritime zones. At ikalawa, kasama ko ang napakaraming mga Pilipino na napukaw pa at lalong nahikayat na magsalita, dumepensa at tumindig laban sa China. Ngayon, o ngunit, Mr. President, patuloy ang pagkakalat ng kasinungalingan at pambabastos online ng China at ng kanilang mga fake news peddlers. Ang nakakadismaya, kasama sa puspusang nambabaliktad sa ating Coast Guard, sa ating AFP, maging sa ating mga mangingisda, ay ilan sa ating mga kapwa Pilipino pa. Sukdulang pagtawanan at bastusin sa social media nila ang ating mga magigiting na Coast Guard at mangingisda. Mr. President, dear colleagues, on top of accompanying resupply missions and patrolling our waters, our Philippine Coast Guard has now taken on the responsibility of regularly documenting and exposing China's cruelty at sea. Tapos, ganun-ganun na lang sila maliitin ng Chinese Coast Guard. Ganun-ganun na lang sila pagpiestahan sa social media ng mga pro-Beijing propagandists. Hindi po yan katanggap-tanggap. Tama nga yata ang sabi nila, masyadong maraming nakakampante dito sa ating duyan ng mga magiting. So today, we will show some videos and images from the Philippine Coast Guard, screened and approved by the Information Working Group of the National Task Force for the West Philippine Sea, to help more Filipinos get our facts straight, especially at a time when China routinely spreads lies and propaganda through what seems to be a concerted disinformation campaign online. 2021 naganap ang isa pang pagkakataong nahuli ang China sa video na wino-water cannon ang ating mga barko. November 2021, the National Security Council had already shared a video of Chinese ships blocking and using water cannons on Philippine vessels. Madilim na sa video sa mga oras na kinuha ito noon.
Hindi tayo pabalikin na. Hindi ko na videohan yung una. Malayo yung isa.
Saktong halos na isang taon ang nakararaan. Noong August 2022, a Chinese Coast Guard crew member removed the cover of its 70mm naval gun and aimed it at a Philippine Coast Guard ship that was on its way to Ayungin Shoal. This is considered a threatening move.
Hindi, alam niya kasi sir na tumitingin tayo sa kanya. Tatanggal yan.
February naman, this year, China shined a military-grade laser at a Philippine Coast Guard ship, temporarily blinding our crew on board. Kung tao itong mga barko, tila tinutukan ng baril ng isang Tsino ang isang Pilipino. At nito na ngang August 5, ang pinakahuling insidente sa Ayungin. Ang pinakahuling insidente ng panlalamang at panlalait sa ating mga bantay dagat para lang maharang ang simpleng routine supply mission ng mga maliliit na bangka tungo sa BRP Sierra Madre. Mga kababayan, hindi po itong simpleng parang hinarang tayo sa daan at pagkatapos ay umurong ang mga Pilipinong bangka. Parang ito kasi ang lumalabas sa usap-usapan, para bang simpleng nagkasalubong at nagkaurungan. Hindi po. Sa totoo lang po, dear colleagues, at sa ating mga kababayang nanunood po ngayon, inalmusal po ng mga Coast Guard ang pambabastos ng China. 6:30 pa lang ng umaga, nang haharas na po ang China. Bandang 8:00, 3 na ang barko na umaaligid sa PCG at sa supply boat. At Mr. President, dear colleagues, again, hindi ito bastang sinusundan lang. Ang nangyayari po dito ay kinakat ng China ang PCG escort ng supply boat natin. Ginagawa po nilang expressway ang karagatan. Hinabol nila ng hinabol at kalaunan nakat na ang maliit na supply vessel. At ito na ang sinasabi nating dangerous maneuver. Alam naman nating kapag ang mga barko ay tumigil, hindi yan bastang titigil na parang jeep sa kanto pag sumigaw ka ng para. Dito, bandang 9:00, makikita nyo ang gitgitan kung gaano kalapit sa aksidente ang ating mga bantay dagat dahil sa tuloy-tuloy na habulan. At dear colleagues, hindi tumigil ang habulan na yan hanggang tanghali. Ito na ring pangunguyog ng China ang tinanghalian ng ating mga Coast Guard. At inabot pa sila ng 4:00 ng hapon sa kakaiwas sa kapahamakan. Dear colleagues, nakita nyo naman, inabot ng maghapon ang habulan at panliligalig na ito ng Beijing sa isang simpleng supply mission. At syempre, hindi na kontento ang China sa pambobomba at pang-aabala sa atin sa karagatan. Dinala nila yang pangkukuyog na yan sa social media. Pagkatapos mailabas sa publiko ang walang awang pagbomba ng tubig ng China sa ating napakaliit na barko, agad ding nagpakita ang China ng sarili niyang video kung saan pinalalabas niya na hindi naman natamaan ang ating barko. After our Philippine Coast Guard revealed China's attack, the Chinese Coast Guard immediately countered us, stating that they exercised, quote, rational restraint throughout the process, close quote. As if on cue, China's national language English newspaper, Global Times, then reported that the, quote, Chinese Coast Guard behavior was based on law, close quote, and that the Philippine vessels, quote, illegally sailed into waters, close quote. Another China state-owned network, CTGN, also reported that China Coast Guard, quote, expelled Philippine vessels in territorial waters, close quote, and that Philippine Navy vessels, quote, challenged China's sovereignty, close quote. Binabaluktot nila ang katotohanan. Pinamamukha nila na tayo pa ang masama. Worse, these false narratives are echoed by some of our fellow Filipinos. This urged the PCG spokesperson, Commodore J. Tariela, to tweet a strongly worded statement about how Filipinos who defend or make excuses for China's aggressive behavior should be considered unpatriotic traitors. I couldn't agree more with Commodore Tariela. Traidor ang sinumang kumakampi sa China sa panahong binabastos at inaalipusta niya ang soberanya at dignidad ng Pilipinas. Mr. President, these public information efforts of the PCG have been an essential element in asserting our lawful claims in the West Philippine Sea. But as soon as the PCG exposes China's unlawful activities to the world, as soon as its officials speak boldly about China's harassment in the West Philippine Sea, there would be a deluge of mis- and disinformation circling around social media, directly targeting the Philippine Coast Guard and undermining efforts by the Philippines to assert our sovereignty over our maritime zones. As if orchestrated and copying from the same script, pro-Beijing propagandists would relentlessly attack the PCG and its personnel. Keso CIA agent daw sila o di kaya'y mouthpiece ng Amerika. Dear colleagues, the PCG is our first line of defense for our nation's maritime territory, including strategic vital areas such as the West Philippine Sea, Benham Rise, the Sulu Sea, and the Luzon Strait, as well as the rest of the country's exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. We cannot allow China-backed fake news to diminish and damage the work that our Coast Guard has been doing. Our Coast Guard, pursuant to RA number 9993, has had the mandate to enforce Philippine law in accordance with all relevant maritime international conventions, treaties, or instruments, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, within the maritime jurisdiction of the Philippines. Our Coast Guard is responsible for overall maritime governance, as it is in charge of maritime safety, maritime environmental protection, and maritime security. Despite this colossal obligation, despite being tasked to maintain maritime domain awareness across the width and breadth of the country's maritime zones, since 2009, the PCG has been receiving only a measly 10 million pesos for its intelligence fund, forcing it to rely solely on human intelligence, or HUMINT. However, in order to sustain the PCG's presence in the West Philippine Sea, we need more signals intelligence, SIGINT technologies that could help them efficiently and effectively exercise their mandate. I also must stress that these 10 million pesos are not only for the PCG's duties over the West Philippine Sea, but for the entire coastal areas and waters of the Philippines. Sa napakaraming banta na nararanasan ng Coast Guard, hindi ba dapat na mas malaki naman sa 10 milyon ang maibigay sa kanila? Mr. President, considering the current vulnerabilities of our Coast Guard, I also filed proposed Senate Resolution 744 to call for an inquiry in aid of legislation into further capacitating and empowering the Philippine Coast Guard to enable it to carry out its primary mission of enforcing Philippine law and upholding national sovereignty within the country's maritime zones, particularly the West Philippine Sea. Similar to how this august chamber unanimously supported Senate Resolution 718 condemning Chinese harassment, transcending politics and partisanship, I hope that the entire Senate can also stand firmly behind our Philippine Coast Guard. At the budget process, I encourage all of us to support the increase of the PCG's Intel funds. This is where confidential and intelligence funds should be allocated. This is where our money should go. The PCG actually is facing a clear and present danger. Ang organisasyon, tulad ng PCG, ang dapat binibigyan ng mga confidential at intelligence funds. Hindi yung mga ahensyang sibilyan na wala namang kinakaharap na pagbabanta at panganib. If we could further strengthen the men and women of our Coast Guard, arm them with advanced technological infrastructure and equipment, we can more effectively hold China accountable for her hostile, aggressive, and illegal actions in the West Philippine Sea. We can better fight China's lies, propaganda, and manipulation. We can make a stronger case against China's threats and intimidation before various international fora, potentially increasing our allies in the region and across the world. Dear colleagues, Mr. President, the Chinese government has continuously militarized portions of the West Philippine Sea by building and fortifying artificial islands in the region, equipping them with military installations such as runways, radar systems, and naval facilities, allowing its vessels to operate within our EEZ on a near constant basis. This has led to an unprecedented challenge to the Philippine Coast Guard's primary mission of enforcing Philippine law, maintaining the country's sovereignty, and upholding vital national interests in the West Philippine Sea. Now, it has become clear that China has her eye on Ayungin Shoal. The water cannons, the military laser, the removal of a naval gun cover. All these severe provocations were against Philippine vessels making their way to Ayungin. China is actively blocking these missions because she does not want any further reinforcement to our most defiant sovereign marker in the West Philippine Sea, the BRP Sierra Madre. Let us not forget, most of the officers there, dinadialysis ngayon o kaya may sakit sa bato dahil hindi na nga makakain ng maayos, wala pang desalinator. Tapos haharangin pa ng China ang supply. After the events of August 5, I believe we can shore up even more support for our Philippine Coast Guard, whether on the ground or on social media, so we can seriously defend the Sierra Madre, Ayungin, and the rest of our territories. Hindi man ang China, handa man ang China na gawin ang lahat para manggulo sa West Philippine Sea. At subukan man nila ang lahat ng pangungutya at pang-aapi sa social media. Lalo lang nila tayong pinagkakaisa bilang mga tunay na Pilipino. Haharapin natin sila ng makatao at diplomatiko at ipapakita natin sa mundo muli at muli pa na malulutas natin ang sigalot na ito sa paraang mapayapa at makatarungan. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tiveros, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we refer the speech of the distinguished lady from Akbayan, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to the Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to avail of our privileged hours, the distinguished lady from Taguig City and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President, for her privileged speech.
Senator Pia Cayetano is now recognized to deliver her privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. A minute suspension to access the slides that I've prepared.
1 minute suspension.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Every month of August, I deliver a similar speech on the occasion of National Breastfeeding Month. The right to good nutrition is included in the Convention on the Right of the Child. And Mr. President, good nutrition begins with the act of breastfeeding. And of course, for a mother to breastfeed her child, she must also be fed well. Mr. President, I stand not just as a legislator, but also as a mother who has breastfed her children. This is a policy issue that I've been advocating for almost 20 years. The World Health Organization and United Nations Children's Fund, otherwise known as UNICEF, recommend that children initiate breastfeeding within the first hour of birth and be exclusively breastfed for the first 6 months. Let me just share, colleagues, when I became a senator, it was still very common for hospitals to immediately offer either canned milk or water. And even water, Your Honor, has been deemed, well, water is water, but definitely secondary to breast milk. So all of these practices we've tried to address, and as I deliver this speech, my staff is also checking on the compliance with our existing laws in all the health centers and hospitals across the country. Because when a baby is not initially exclusively breastfed, all the positive effects of breastfeeding are somehow diminished. Of course, they are still positive effects, but they are somehow diminished. And the success of a mother in breastfeeding is also affected if early on she is introduced, the mother is introduced to feeding her baby through canned milk. It's said and again, but it's worth repeating. Breast milk provides a baby not just immunity, but also addresses malnutrition. It is a baby's first kind of natural immunization. Many mothers, including myself, will attest to the fact that our breastfed babies had well baby visits to the doctors, which means nagbibisita yung anak namin sa ospital, hindi dahil sa doktor, hindi dahil sa may sakit sila, pero para dun sa kanilang routine check-up and immunization. And not because may sakit, because yun nga, they have immunity na panglaban nila sa sakit. And that is something that we always want mothers to understand. Kasi libre siyang panglaban sa sakit. Breast milk actually provides optimum nutrition, boosting an infant's immune system and brain development, as well as protecting them against disease and death, either during infancy or childhood. And what I'd also like to share is during the education, the EDCOM 2 meeting last week, it was our quarterly meeting, and in the presentation made by the group I belong to, which is the group in charge of early education and basic education, it was very interesting. That was what was highlighted as one of the factors that really affects the ability of a child to cope with the schoolwork and perform well. And I think I will not have to go into that the records have shown that our children are low performing in school. And one of the reasons attributed to it is their nutrition. And this goes back to the time that they were in their mother's womb and in their early years, yung 0 to 6 months, 6 months to 12 months, 12 months to 24 months, and so on. So we can directly relate the nutritional defects that an infant would have later on in their poor performance in school. And that is why I take time to explain the importance of breastfeeding, because it is also directly contributory to the performance we see in our children's schoolwork. Breastfeeding is one of the most effective ways to ensure child health and survival, as breast milk contains antibodies that prevent several prevalent pediatric ailments, and it is secure and hygienic. So when we speak of secure and hygienic, this is the illustration I will give is when we have areas that have to deal with calamities such as typhoons or even a volcanic eruption. And when a mother and child are displaced and they have to resort to feeding other than breast milk, the incident of infant illnesses and even mortality goes up, because the introduction of bottle feeding when the water is not clean then becomes a source of infection. And it has been directly known to be attributable to the death of infants. In fact, studies now show that there is a positive connection between breastfeeding and climate change. It is more sustainable as it helps reduce greenhouse gases and lessens the environmental impact of food alternatives. So sa madaling salita, yung breast milk eco-friendly. When a baby is given alternatives like formula, that goes through a process of manufacturing, which contributes to greenhouse gases. Breastfeeding uses fewer resources and produces minimal or zero waste. A recent study suggests that a micronutrient, a sugar molecule called myo-inositol, found in breast milk, provides a significant benefit to the developing brains of newborns. The scientists at the Jean Mayer USDA Human Nutrition Research Center on Aging at Tufts University found that it increased both the size and number of synaptic connections between neurons in the developing brain of a child. So what is the Philippine situation? Well, based on the data of the National Nutrition Council in the Philippines, the exclusive breastfeeding rate is 34%, and the early initiation of breastfeeding is only 57%, contrary to the recommended levels. The target set by the Global Breastfeeding Collective is for 70% of infants in each country to be nourished through breastfeeding by the year 2030. Based on the 2017 Philippine National Demographic and Health Survey, the percentage of newborn infants receiving a pre-lacteal feed increases with increasing household wealth. Please note that the reason this is just 2017 is because this study is only made every 4 years. So we do hope that there will be available data very soon. Please note also that pre-lacteal feeding is the administration of any substances other than breast milk to newborn babies during the first 3 days of birth. Despite its negative health outcome, it is commonly practiced in developing countries, and it is a barrier for the implementation of optimal breastfeeding practices. Ito po sa Philippines, ang kadalasan ay tinatawag na Ito yung tubig na bigas and then hinahaluan nila ng asukal. Why would they do that? Well, I would suppose it is because of the misinformation that the mother's milk is not enough. And kung meron mang lumabas na gatas, ito ho ay kulay dilaw at kokonte. And this is called colostrum. So kung hindi alam ito ng nanay, kung hindi sapat ang information niya, di kakabahan siguro siya at iisipin niyang kailangan niya magbigay ng ibang klaseng pagkain. Kung wala naman siyang pera, ang ibibigay niya is tubig nga na may asukal. Palibasa ito yung tubig na galing sa bigas, akala nila maraming nutrition yon, but this is not correct. And then para naman dun sa may kaya at bibili naman ng formula, hindi naman ito kapareho ng breast milk na di hamak na mas masustansya. So either way, I feel like marami tayong opportunity to improve with information sa mga nanay. I just want to tie it in also to our SDGs. Breast milk is shown to affect several of the SDGs. SDG 2 on zero hunger, SDG 3 on good health and well-being, SDG 4 on quality education, SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 10 on reduced inequalities, SDG 10 responsible consumption and production, SDG 13 climate action, and SDG 17 partnership for the goals. Just very briefly, hindi ko na iisa-isahin yon. Obvious naman yung zero hunger, good health, quality education, I just explained it. But on gender equality, precisely the reason why Senator Risa, the Deputy Minority Floor Leader, and I fought for the 105 days maternity leave, supported of course by our Minority Floor Leader who is a very supportive father of a breastfed child. We fought for this because we need to give mothers time to breastfeed. Kung hindi natin silang susuportahan by giving working mothers more maternity leave, the studies show that napapaikse yung time na nabe-breastfeed nila yung baby nila. SDG 12 happens to be my favorite, so I'll say something about it. Responsible consumption and production. So kung bibili pa ng gatas, o di meron pang delata, meron pang mga bote, and karamihan ng bote, plastic, hindi rin ganun kadaling mag-recycle noon. Unlike breastfeeding, as I said, it's very eco-friendly. So to recap, ang legislation natin in the Philippines on breastfeeding, it started with EO 51, which is actually passed way back in 1986, way before I became a senator. This is the EO 51 is the National Code on Marketing, Breast Milk Substitute, Breast Milk Supplements, and other related products, and it regulates the marketing of infant milk formula. Ito yung kadalasan na naa-abuse kasi well-meaning people na gustong mag-donate during calamities think na nakakatulong sila by donating milk formula, when in fact, it becomes a deterrent for mothers to continue breastfeeding pagka nag-umpisa sila ng formula milk. In 1992, still way before we became a senator, Republic Act 760 or the Rooming In and Breastfeeding Act was authored by the late Senator Ed Angara, the father of our colleague Senator Sani Angara. And this law adopts rooming in of infants with their mothers immediately after birth. This is such an important measure because this is the law that mandated that even if you're in a private hospital, kailangan kadikit mo kagad yung baby mo. Hindi yung nasa nursery ang baby, tapos ikaw nasa room or nasa ward, hiwalay kayo. So this really was a game changer. And then in the 14th Congress, of which I was already a member, I worked with the late Senator Angara to sponsor Republic Act 10028, or the Expanded Breastfeeding Promotion Act of 2009. This is the law that established lactation stations in all health and non-health facilities, including public and private offices, schools, PUV, terminals, shopping malls, and so on and so forth. So I'm always delighted when I see lactation stations in or breastfeeding rooms in all over the country. Nakakita na ako niyan sa estasyon ng mga Roro, kahit sa mga maliliit na malls, hindi kahit na yung mga sikat na mall nauna na sila, pero yung mga smaller malls meron, yung mga airport natin finally meron. I know of horror stories and I have experienced it na kakatuking ka ng kung sino mang tao na gustong gumamit ng CR mo, pero ikaw as a breastfeeding mom, nagpa-pump ka doon. And you're so stressed out because may ibang gustong gumamit ng CR, pero wala ka namang ibang lugar kung saan ka mag-e-express ng milk. And this is precisely why we passed this law. The law also grants nursing employees paid lactation periods of up to 40 minutes for every 8 hours of work. Actually, konti yung 40 minutes. Hindi mo din malulubos ang pag-express ng milk mo within 40 minutes. But this was a compromise we know that we have to make sometimes, at least na umpisahan. So this is in addition to the meal breaks of employees. Other laws, as I mentioned, of course, is the 105-day expanded maternity leave law, RA 11210. And then there's also RA 11148, the first 1,000 Days Act. And then there's also RA 10821, or the Children's Emergency Relief and Protection Act, which sets standards for the protection of children and which includes breastfeeding moms, especially before, during, and after a disaster. So for the information of all our guests and our future resource persons, we have our own lactation station in the Senate. We used to have, and I will check if we still have the signages in the ground floor, such that when we have resource persons, they know that if they attend our hearings and they are nursing moms, they can use these rooms kasi they're open to all our guests. And then, just to complete it, because this is required by law, when I was a member of the House, we also were part of the team that moved for the creation of lactation rooms in the House of Representatives, and this was continued by our now colleague, my brother Alan, when he was Speaker of the House, along with his wife, also then Congresswoman, now Mayor Lani Cayetano. So as I said, it's very important that we continue to educate people. So throughout the year, not just during Breastfeeding Month, my team, my Pinay in Action team, conducts seminars on women's health and breastfeeding promotions. These are normally done to barangay health workers because they are our frontliners. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the barangay health workers, the nutrition scholars all over the country, including, of course, the health officers of the municipalities and the cities, because it is in your hands na matututo yung mga nanay mag-breastfeed at alagaan ng baby nila. Also important is the Human Milk Bank. I think this was about a year or so ago that we inaugurated the new and improved Human Milk Bank in the Dr. Fabella Memorial Hospital. The Fabella Hospital is a pioneer in the National Breastfeeding Program, and so it was very timely that in-upgrade nila ang kanilang milk bank. We also have this in Taguig City. There is also in Makati City and a few others. And to conclude, Your Honor, as we celebrate Breastfeeding Month, I would like to thank many of our colleagues who are supportive breastfeeding fathers. And may your tribe continue. The Majority Floor Leader is raising his hand in victory. And we are grateful because it is very important that women, mothers, get the support they need. So in the last collage of photos, you will see photos of the head of my legislative team, si Attorney Abby, naka-highlight dyan, expressing while working. And that should be, that is our goal, to normalize breastfeeding. So thank you again, dear colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before we refer the speech of the distinguished lady from City of Taguig and Pateros, I would just like to make a very short manifestation, considering, Mr. President, that the first week of the month of August ay idinideklara po ng WHO o World Health Organization ang World Breastfeeding Week na may temang Let's Make Breastfeeding and Work. Dagdag pa ng WHO na you shouldn't require superpowers to juggle breastfeeding and work. Napakaganda pong tema nito dahil ito ay isang pagkilala lalo na po sa ating mga working moms na sa mata natin ay talagang mga indeed superheroes at superheroines, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Department of Science and Technology's 2018 and 2019 expanded National Nutrition Survey released in May 2022 revealed the following. 7 out of 10, or 71.6% of newborns were initiated to breastfeeding within 1 hour after birth. An increasing trend in exclusive breastfeeding was recorded from 48.8% in 2015 to 56.4% in 2018-2019. 52.4% of Filipino mothers reported to have continued breastfeeding their infants up to 1 year. Kasama dito yung aking may bahay, ang aking asawa, Ginoong Pangulo. While only 33.6% continued breastfeeding up to 2 years. WHO and UNICEF recommends exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life and up to 2 years of age accompanied by complementary foods. So how do we further improve our continued breastfeeding rates? This representation, Mr. President, supported the passage of RA number 11210, or the Expanded Maternity Leave Act, which grants 105 days of maternity leave with full pay and an additional 15 days maternity leave for solo parents. We were also one of the authors of Kalusugan at Nutrisyon ng Magnanay Act, or RA 1148, na binanggit po kanina ng ating distinguished colleague Senator Pia Cayetano. This requires an integrated strategy for first 1,000 days of child's life, including the implementation of support services to enable mothers and their infants to continue breastfeeding. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, we urge relevant government agencies, including Department of Labor and Employment, to encourage, promote, and enforce the provisions of RA 10028, or the Expanded Breastfeeding Promotion Act, which grants break intervals to nursing employees, in addition to regular time off for meals to breastfeed or express milk, as well as the establishment of lactation stations where feasible. Again, we thank our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano, for perennially or regularly championing this particular issue, Mr. President. I have heard her so many times, Mr. President, I lost count anymore. At kagaya nga po ng sabi ng WHO, you shouldn't require superpowers to juggle breastfeeding and work. Mr. President, we should find ways to continue to make this work for our superhero moms. Again, Mr. President, we shall continue to prioritize nutrition for women, infants, and children to ensure a relentless pursuit of eliminating hunger and reducing all forms of malnutrition. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Pia Cayetano and the manifestation of this representation to the Committee on Health and Demography. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, while waiting for some of our colleagues, may I move for a minute suspension?
Session is suspended.
you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2019 under Committee Report number 57. This is the Bill on Caregivers Welfare Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There be none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we close the period of interpellations and debate, and with that, I move to open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With no committee amendments, I move that we open the period. I move that we close the period of committee amendments.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we recognize Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the principal sponsor of the measure, for individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
The principal sponsor, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. On page 1, lines 13 to 14.
Mr. President, ulterior amendments, if I may.
Yes.
I have an amendment on line 12, if it is
All right.
okay, if our colleagues would permit this representation. Mr. President, may I introduce an individual amendment on page 1, line 12, letter A, after the word person, insert a comma, followed by a phrase, at least 18 years of age. Thus, the provision would now read as follows: caregiver refers to a person, comma, at least 18 years of age, comma, who renders caregiving services as stipulated under Section 7 of this Act and certified by an accredited institution that is recognized by the government to it.
Accepted, Mr. President. I was about to read it after this.
Thank you
It's
very
okay.
much, Mr. President.
So
Thank you,
it's
distinguished
accepted.
colleague.
So, accepted by the sponsor. Amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, on page 1, lines 13 to 14, under section 3, subparagraph A, after the conjunction "and," delete the phrase "certified by an accredited institution that is recognized by the government, comma, to wit," and replace it with the phrase "shall include the following." So section 3A will now read as follows. Caregiver refers to a person, comma, together with the amendment of Senator Joel, at least 18 years of age, who renders caregiving services as stipulated under Section 7 of this Act, and shall include the following, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Nothing on page 1, Mr. President. Nothing more, Mr. President. The author?
Thank you, Mr. President. So on page 2,
I have an amendment, Mr. President.
all right.
Page 2, line 1, Mr. President. The rationale is that a caregiver can voluntarily list themselves as caregivers with DOLE, and these listings or registrations may include the PhilJobNet, which aims to be the one-stop shop for all matters related to labor market information, or the Public Employment Services Office, Employment Information System, which is a database of active manpower supply. And so I wanted to introduce an amendment on page 2, line 1, after the word professionals, delete the phrase registered in Technical Education and Skills Development Authority as caregivers, and replace it, Mr. President, with, and I quote, open quotation, who listed themselves voluntarily with DOLE as caregivers, close quote. So that's the provision would now read, A, caregiver, letter I, any licensed healthcare professionals who listed themselves voluntarily with DOLE as caregivers. Or if it's the first time to be named, Mr. President, then I would say with the Department of Labor and Employment, open parenthesis, DOLE, close parenthesis, as caregivers. That's my proposal, Mr.
Accepted,
President.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr.
So
President.
the amendment is accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
May I seek for a 1-minute recess, Mr.
Wa-
President?
Session suspended.
We recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Jingo Estrada, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The sponsor, Senator Jigo Estrada, is recognized.
On page 2, line 4, before the acronym TESDA, insert the words Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, comma, and enclose the acronym TESDA in open and closed parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
So section 3A, double I, will now read as follows. Any person duly assessed and certified by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, open and close parentheses, TESDA, upon compliance with any of the following, semicolon. Colon. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
The rationale behind this is that in view of the amendment of our majority leader in section 3A and AI, there's a need to spell out the meaning of the acronym TESDA because this is the first time that it will appear in the proposed bill. Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, between lines 16 and 17, insert a new subsection E that will read as follows. Household. Household refers to the immediate members of the family or the occupants of the house where the caregiver is employed in a residential setting. Semicolon. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
This is an amendment from our good minority leader, Senator Pimentel. In the proposed bill, we use the term household, but no definition was provided for it. This definition is lifted from Batas Kasambay. Thank you, Minority Leader. Again, on page 2, lines 18 to 19, after the phrase licensed by the, delete the words Department of Labor and Employment and delete the open and closed parentheses in the acronym DOLE. The definition of the Private Employment Agency, PEA, in lines 17 to 20 will now read as follows. Private Employment Agency, open and close parenthesis, PEA, refers to any individual, comma, legitimate partnership, comma, corporation or entity licensed by the DOLE to engage in the recruitment and placement of caregivers for local employment, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
This is because the Department of Labor and Employment was already spelled out in Section 3AI as amended by Majority Leader Joel Villanueva. Yes, Senator Risa.
Yes, it's a pleasure of Senator Tiberos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor, anterior amendment. May I clarify, Mr. President, if the good sponsor manifested a proposed amendment from this representation, for which I am grateful that I was advised that the sponsor accepted, regarding page 2, between lines 14 and 15, a letter C, inserting a definition for direct hire. I would just like to follow that up, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Can you kindly manifest it?
Yes,
Your
Mr.
Honor?
President, good sponsor. In section 3, definition of terms, here, page 2, and I have it here in blue
Yes.
print, between lines 14 to 15, insert definition for direct hire, and then in a later in later lines for another term. But for direct hire, good sponsor, C, direct hire, refers to a caregiver whose services are engaged directly without the assistance or participation of a private employment agency. I have it here in my copy of the bill, Mr. President, so I just am seeking the clarification of the good sponsor if he
Accepted,
has
Mr.
indeed
President.
accepted it. Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts, amendments approved.
And thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor, an anterior amendment, just to page 1. Forgive me for mentioning this late, but may I also clarify if the proposed amendment of this representation that I was given to understand was accepted by the sponsor, that in all references in the bill, the word profession be replaced with occupation. Kasi po dito po sa kopya ko, sa page 1, line 5, at pati nga po sa title, and then pati po sa page 1, line 5, napalitan na nga po ng salitang profession ng salitang occupation.
Yes, accepted, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor.
The sponsor
May I have
accepts.
a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
May I yield the floor to our good colleague, Senator Ontiveros, for further amendments, Mr. President.
Senator De Veras is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, I will comply with the instruction that we go page by page, but may I just add to my accepted amendment as to the replacement of the words profession in all references in the bill with the word occupation, the rationale being that caregiving is not within the professions regulated by PRC and is under TESDA in this bill. Therefore, the replacement with the term occupation. And again, thank you to the good sponsor for accepting that. And lastly, at this point, Mr. President, good sponsor, dun po sa tinanggap ng good sponsor na amendment ko tungkol sa pagdagdag ng definition para si direct hire, ang pagkaklaro ko lang po doon, Mr. President, ay dahil posible ang direct hire sa employer nang hindi kailangang dumaan sa private employment agencies. For example, in the case of this representation, directly hinahire ko po yung mga caregiver at reliever po para kay mami ko. Salamat po, good sponsor.
Saan tayo huminto? Dito.
Sige. If I may continue, Mr. President, still on page 2, this time between lines 20 and 21, to insert I propose to insert a definition for peso. To read letter F, Public Employment Service Office, peso. Refers to a non-fee charging multidimensional employment service facility or entity established in all local government units, open and close parentheses, LGUs, in coordination with the Department of Labor and Employment, open and close parentheses, DOLE, pursuant to Republic Act number 8759, otherwise known as the Public Employment Service Office Act of 1999, as amended by Republic Act number 10691. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President, but I just would like to make just a simple correction. It should be letter G, not letter F.
Yes, thank you, good sponsor.
So the
letter G,
sponsor
stand
accepts.
corrected.
Any objection? Amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. So to continue, for my last proposed amendment for page 2, Mr. President, in section 4, coverage, to insert, this act shall apply to caregivers whether directly hired by the employer or placed through PESO or PEA. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Thank you, good
The
sponsor.
sponsor accepts. Any objection? Amendment is approved.
With the indulgence of the good Senator, Senator Risa, can I just continue on page 2, the individual amendments? Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 21, after the word employed, insert the phrase and working within the country. So section 4 of the bill will now read as follows. Section 4, coverage. This act shall apply to caregivers employed and working within the country in private homes, comma, nursing or care facilities, comma, and other residential settings, period. Huh? I think this is your amendment, Senator Risa.
To include the amendment. To include her amendment, sir.
This is to include your amendment, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
The rationale behind this, Mr. President, this is patterned after the wordings of Batas Kasambahay. This is to make it clear and explicit that the coverage of the proposed law are those caregivers employed and working in the Philippines. And during the period of interpellations, upon the query of the good minority leader, the matter was already clarified, Mr. President. I would like to give the floor to Senator Risa if she has any individual amendments on page 3.
Senator Ontiveros, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. President and good sponsor, just before moving to page 3, just an additional manifestation about the addition of a definition for peso. The reason I propose to include, and thanks to the good sponsor for accepting, the involvement of peso is because I believe peso can help connect caregivers looking for work to those in need, and also guarantees greater accountability since this is part of government's services.
Yes.
So thank you,
I
good
totally
sponsor.
agree with the wisdom of the good senator.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. On page 3 po, line 7, yes, so this is the section 5, employment contract. Page 3, line 7. I propose, Mr. President, good sponsor, that with the insertion of a phrase, it would read the DOLE and then insert in consultation with the National Tripartite Industrial Peace Council
Comma.
shall develop a model employment contract for caregivers and so on. At ang rationale naman po dito, good sponsor, sa panukalang ito ay para bigyang boses po ang workers sa polisiyang mag-a-apply sa kanila. I so move, good
Accepted,
sponsor.
Mr. President.
Thank you, good
So
sponsor.
the sponsor accepts. Any objection? Amendment is approved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, lines 10 to 12, delete the entire paragraph that reads, in cases where the employment of the caregiver is recruited and placed through a PEA, a copy of all employment contracts of the caregivers shall be kept by the PEA and shall be made available for verification and inspection by DOLE. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
The rationale behind this, Mr. President, is that the essence of this provision is included among the responsibilities of the PEAs under Section 23, letter D of this measure. The deletion of this paragraph will avoid redundancy. If I may continue on page 5, if there are any individual amendments, okay. I yield the floor to Senator Risa.
Yes, Senator Ontiveros is again recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good sponsor. On page 4, from lines 6 to 9, but one by one, I propose in this section 7, duties of the caregivers, page 4, first line, 6, to insert in letter F the phrase related to healthcare, support, and assistance, so that it would read, F, accompany clients to appointments with doctors or on other errands related to healthcare support and assistance. I so move, Mr.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Good sponsor. Thank you, good sponsor.
So the sponsor accepts. Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then, in letter G on line 7, I propose to insert the phrase, again, related to healthcare support and assistance, to read, assist in housekeeping tasks related to healthcare support and assistance within the client's room. I so move, Mr. President.
Related to healthcare, comma, support, comma.
Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So it's accepted by the sponsor. Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, good sponsor. Moving on to letter H on line 8. I propose to add the phrases assist in the preparation of the client's apostrophe and related to healthcare support and assistance, so that it would read H, assistance in the preparation of the client's food in accordance with the health-related needs, semicolon, and comma. I so move, Mr.
Accepted,
President.
Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts. Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. And lastly, for this section 7, on line 9, yes, Mr. President, to add the phrase healthcare support and assistance, so that it would read other tasks, letter I, other tasks directly related to the healthcare, comma, support, comma, and assistance of the clients, period. I so move.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts. Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, good sponsor. And Mr. President, for the record, isa po sa mga nagiging problema o isyung kinakaharap ng mga caregivers ay ang scope of work, which sometimes includes other work or errands na labas na sa sakop ng trabaho nila. And I proposed that we include these qualifiers para klaro po ang delineation ng kanilang trabaho. At lubos na nagpapasalamat sa good sponsor sa pagtanggap, Mr. President. If I may go on, good sponsor, Mr. President, to section 8, hours of work. I propose to insert a sentence at the end to read, a caregiver is also entitled to night shift differentials. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Sponsor accepts. Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, good sponsor.
Thank you, my colleague, Senator Risa. If I may continue on page 5, under section 8. Is it okay if I read your individual amendment, Senator Risa? Kusama ko na. Isa na. If you want me to read your amendment, o ikaw na. Because you have an individual amendment on page 5.
Yes.
Section, line 3.
Yes, forgive me,
All right.
Mr. President. I dropped
Sige,
the ball.
sige.
I had the wrong notation in my notes that it was section 13. The good sponsor is correct. Oh, yes, it is section 13 already. Sorry, Mr. President, good
It's
sponsor.
okay.
If I may just read that then. In section 13, page 5, I propose to add a sentence on line 3 that would read, a caregiver shall also be entitled to other leave benefits provided by existing laws. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So accepted by the sponsor. Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. At yun naman po ay para malinaw na ang ganitong benefits na applicable sa ibang klaseng empleyado ay ma-enjoy rin po ng ating caregivers. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may continue on page 5 under section 18, on lines 29 to 30, after the word grounds, delete the words provided for and replace it with enumerated. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Again, on line 30, after the word act, insert a colon and a new phrase that will read, provided, comma, however, comma, that the caregiver may terminate the contract without justifiable reason by serving a written notice to the employer at least 1 month in advance. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection?
I yield the floor to Senator.
The minority leader is recognized.
Just a suggestion, Mr. President, yung justifiable na word, maybe we could improve it. Provided, however, that the caregiver may terminate the contract without need of a reason, Mr. President.
Would you like to just delete the word justifiable?
Yeah, para the effect is without need for a reason. I mean, yes, capture that idea, Mr. President. So that's my suggestion, Mr. President.
So you want to delete the word justifiable?
Yes, because
And replace it without need?
without reason,
Without-
The third. Okay. Provided, however, that the caregiver may terminate the contract for any reason. For any reason, by serving a written notice to the employer at least 1 month in advance. I mean, I think that is the idea, Mr. President. Can we ask for a minute suspension? All right.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I may continue with all due respect to the amendment by Senator Pimentel. I just would like to provide another amendment, Mr. President. So the act will read, provided, comma, however, comma, that the caregiver may terminate the contract by serving a written notice to the employer at least 1 month in advance. So we will just delete the phrase without justifiable reason.
That captures the essence of what we are talking about, Mr. President. I agree, Mr. President.
So, thank you, Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts. If there's no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, under section 19, on line 6, after the phrase abuse by the, delete the word employer and the comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Again, on line 6, before the phrase any member, delete the conjunction or. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On line 7, after the word household, insert a comma in the phrase employer or his representative except in the cases when the client is suffering from any mental illness. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Senator Tiberos, what's the pleasure of Senator Tiberos?
Not an objection, Mr. President, but just to add, or her, employer or his or her representative, because the employer may be a man or a woman, just that,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So
Thank you, Mr. President.
the sponsor accepts. Any more objection? There
So-
being none, amendments approved.
So on line 7, due to the additional amendment of our colleague Senator Tiveros, it will read in teka. Household na. Saan ito? The employer or his or her, employer or his dash slash her. All right? Tama? Okay, thank you. So subsection A of section 19 will now read, A, verbal or emotional abuse by the client, comma, any member of the household, comma, employer or his, her representative, his/representative, except in cases when the client is suffering from any mental illness, semicolon. Tama? And on line 9, delete the word employer and the comma. On line 9, delete the word employer and the comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Still on line 9, before the word any, delete the conjunction or. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Still on line 9, after the word household, insert a comma in the phrase employer or his representative. Huh? Again, on line 9, after the word household, insert a comma in the phrase employer or his/her representative. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
So subsection B of section 19 will now read, inhumane treatment, including physical abuse against a caregiver by the client, comma, any member of the household, comma, employer or his/her representative, semicolon. Okay. On line 10, after the phrase against the caregiver by the, comma, delete the word employer and the comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On line 11, before the word any, delete the conjunction or. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Still on line 11, after the word household, insert a comma in the phrase employer or his/her representative. I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, amendments approved.
So, Mr. President, subsection C of section 19 will now read as follows. C, commission of a crime or offense against a caregiver by the client, comma, any member of the household, comma, employer or his/her representative, semicolon. On line 14, Mr. President, delete the phrase the infliction of and replace it with the client, comma, any member of the household, comma, employer or his/her representative having. I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, amendments approved.
Still on lines 14 to 15, after the word caregiver, delete the phrase by the client, comma, the employer, comma, or any member of the household, semicolon. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
So subsection E of section 19 will now read as follows. E, the client, comma, any member of the household, comma, employer or his/her representative having any disease prejudicial to the health of the caregiver, semicolon, and comma. The rationale behind this is the reason for the addition of the term representative of the employers to capture the caregivers also working in nursing or care facilities. and subsection D was reworded to clarify that the contracting or the infliction of the disease is not intentional. This is in response to the queries of the minority leader during the period of interpellation, Mr. President. So on page 6, if I may, on page 6, under section 20, on lines 17 to 18, after the phrase, "the employer may," comma, delete the comma and the phrase, "upon compliance with the due process requirement." The first section of the first sentence of section 20 will now read as follows. Section 20, termination of contract by the employer. The employer may terminate the services of the caregiver at any time before the expiration of the contract for any of the following causes, colon. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On line 24, same page, after the word caregiver, delete the phrase "against the person of the employer, client, or any immediate member of the employer's family." So subsection D of section 20 will now read, D, commission of crime or offense by the caregiver, semicolon. I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, amendments approved.
On line 28, delete the phrase "the infliction by the caregiver of," and replace it with the phrase "the caregiver having." I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, amendments approved.
On line 29, after the word client, delete the phrase "the employer or." I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, amendments approved.
On line 29, after the word household, insert the phrase "employer or his representative." Insert the phrase "employer or his/her representative." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
So subsection F of section 20 will now read as follows. F, the caregiver having any disease prejudicial to the health of the client, comma, any member of the household, comma, employer or his/her representative, semicolon, and, comma. So on page 8, yung kay Sen. Robin, wala ba? Amendments. Hindi mo sinabi kay Robin. On page 8, we do not have any individual amendments on page 7. So proceed now, page 8. Skip ko ba? Saan? Page 7. Before I proceed, Mr. President, the addition of the phrase "except in cases when the client is suffering from any mental illness" in subsection A is an amendment from Senator Robin Hood Padilla to give appropriate consideration to clients who, in view of their mental illness, might unconsciously, involuntarily, or unintentionally hurt the caregiver through their statements or actions, Mr. President. So if I may continue, Mr. President, page 8, under section 24, on line 1, after the number 24, replace the word "registry" with "database." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Again on line 1, after the preposition "of," delete the word "certified." I so move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, amendments approved.
Again on line 1, before the word "shall," delete the acronym TESDA and replace it with DOLE, DOLE. I so move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, amendments approved.
Again on line 1, still on line 1, after the article A, replace the word "registry" with "database." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And on line 2, delete the word "certified." I so move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, the amendments approved.
So the first section, the first sentence of Section 24 of the bill will now read, yes. Oh. The first sentence of Section 24 of the bill will now read as follows. Section 24, Database of Caregivers. Dole shall maintain a database of caregivers that shall be made available to the public pursuant to applicable laws, rules, and regulations, period. This is consistent with the earlier amendments in Section 3 to ensure that licensed healthcare professionals practicing as caregivers only have to have their names and pertinent information listed in the database of DOLE. That's it, Mr. President. May I yield the floor to Senator Risa?
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Tiveros, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I propose on this, in this Section 24 on page 8, line 3, to add the sentence,
Yes.
TESDA shall coordinate with PESO to integrate caregivers in its employment facilitation services. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts. Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And another section, Mr. President, on line, after line 3, this is an amendment of Senator Joel Villanueva. If I may read, Section 25, upskilling and reskilling of caregivers. TESDA shall develop a system of continuing skills upgrading and reskilling of caregivers, period. TESDA shall also jointly work with the Commission on Higher Education, CHED, and the Department of Education, DepEd, to support the development and maintenance of pathways and equivalencies that enable access to qualifications and to assist caregivers to move easily and readily between the different education and training sectors in accordance with Republic Act number 10647 or the Ladderized Education Act of 2014, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
So on page 8, between lines 14 and 15, insert a new section that will read as follows. Section 27, applicability of the Labor Code of the Philippines. The provisions of the Labor Code of the Philippines as amended shall be suppletorily applied to this act. I so move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 8, line 19, this is an amendment by the Majority Leader. If I may read. On page 8, between lines 19 and 20, insert a new paragraph that would read as follows. The Department of Migrant Workers, DMW, in coordination with DOLE, TESDA, and other concerned agencies, shall issue the rules and regulations for the recruitment and deployment of Filipino caregivers for overseas employment to ensure their protection, including their reintegration, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, I move that the succeeding sections be renumbered accordingly.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mamaya. Tapusin ko naman ta. Tapos na? Okay.
Mr. President, can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is
Just to
suspended.
clarify something. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Jingoy Estrada.
The
Thank you.
sponsor is once again
Thank
recognized.
you, Mr. President. If I may go back to section 24 on page 8, amendment to the amendment. The amended version is to change, to delete the word database and to replace it to the word list. List of caregivers. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And so section 24 will read as follows. DOLE shall maintain a list. Delete the word database again. So the section 24 will read as follows. List of caregivers. DOLE shall maintain a list of caregivers that shall be made available to the public pursuant to applicable laws, rules, and regulations. And of course, the amendment of Senator Rizzo will follow.
Thank you.
I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you.
Again, Mr. President, may we go back to the definition of caregiver on page 1, line 12. Babasahin ko ba?
Pwedeng hindi niyo sana sabihin para lang hindi tayo nagde-define at same term.
Mr. President, according to our legislation department, we should try to avoid defining a term using the same term. Thus, the amendment on page 7. Page 7 ba?
Page 1, sir.
Page 1. Page 1, line 12, is to delete the word caregiving after the word renders, and to delete the word stipulated and replace it to the word enumerated. So section 3A will now read as follows. Caregiver refers to a person at least 18 years of age who renders services as enumerated under Section 7 of this Act and shall include the following. I so move, Mr. President.
Is
Okay.
there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
That's all, Mr. President. The title pa pala.
Mr. President, may I move that we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros.
The Deputy Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before the good sponsor moves on to the final act about the title, if I may just be allowed to make a very brief manifestation about Section 9, an
Page.
amendment on page...
4.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor. On page 4, na hindi ko na po itinuloy yung ipopropose ko sanang amendment. So, just a brief manifestation, medyo aspirational po in relation to caregivers and all other working people or mga manggagawa. As a last, if I may, Mr. President, thank you po. As a last note, Mr. President, good sponsor, sa Section 9 on minimum wage, I note that caregivers must receive at least the minimum wage set per region. Sa kasalukuyang batas, ang caregivers at manggagawang nakatira sa probinsya ay pareho ang trabahong ginagawa, pero mas maliit ang kinikita kaysa sa mga nasa syudad, provincial rate. This is the subject of a more general amendment of our present laws, including RA 6727 or the Wage Rationalization Act. But I simply wish to manifest my belief that it is high time we start discussions on enacting a national minimum living wage. Pahirap ng pahirap ang buhay ng mga kababayan natin at tingin ko ay dapat centralized at uniform ang wages ng mga Pilipino. We should consider the true socio-economic conditions of workers and ensure that minimum wage in all regions are at par with the NCR. It's time to raise the wage floor to address the prevailing income inequalities. So at least at this point in time, Mr. President, good sponsor, for the record. Salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to advise our good colleague that maybe we can discuss that when the legislative wage hike sponsored by our good Senate President will be discussed on the floor, together with our Majority Floor Leader. So going back to the title, Mr. President, our last amendment. The title shall read as follows: An act instituting policies for the protection and welfare of caregivers in the practice of their occupation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my kid brother. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Senate President. Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader, and Senator Tulfo. Thank you very much.
Thank you also, and the congratulations to the better one, my big brother, for the passage of this measure. Majority Leader.
I never thought this day would come, Mr. President. But let me put on record that everything goes well, and with that, Mr. President, and with no other amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2019, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, Senate Bill number 2019 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we congratulate the sponsor of the measure, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. And with that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2019. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Again, congratulations to my brother for the passage of this measure.
I wonder how many times you would congratulate your dear brother, Mr. President. But with that, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under committee report number 69. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have sponsored the measure. With the consent of the body, I now move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and to interpellate our majority leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. I so move, Mr.
We
President.
recognize the sponsor, distinguished colleagues, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and to interpolate, rather, is our majority leader, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito. Mr. President, first things first, Mr. President, I'd like to put on record that this representation is so happy to finally see the day that we will be able to tackle and debate on the floor the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. At the onset, Mr. President, I'd like to put on record that since 2016, when this representation became a member of this August chamber, we have been pushing for this particular measure. And so I thank our good sponsor, the gentleman from Isabela and Davao, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for taking the cudgels, Mr. President, of ensuring that this time around, and with the Senate President at the helm of this measure, we will be able to see the day that we're going to pass this very important landmark legislation. As I recall, Mr. President, you and I have been fighting for this for quite a long time. And so I'm happy, Mr. President, that we have reached this moment. And with that, Mr. President, may I ask if the distinguished sponsor, Senator Raffy Tulfo, would yield to some clarificatory questions from this representation.
Certainly, Mr. President, but if I may add, Your Honor, Mr. President, since 2007, exactly 15 years ago, there has been so many attempts to make sure that the Magna Carta for seafarers will become a law, but it failed for one reason or another. But now, I, to your help, will make sure that this will become a law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first question, Mr. President, and for the audience, Filipino people watching us live at this point in time, may we ask for the record, the distinguished sponsor of the measure, what is the significance of this bill, and how will this particular measure further protect our Filipino seafarers domestically and on international waters?
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's talk about internationally. The Philippines is the #1 source of maritime labor, having a number of more than 600,000 in different foreign vessels and generating approximately 6 billion pesos annual income in terms of remittances from the seafarers. And so the Magna Carta for seafarers is very important because we need to comply to the standards set forth by the Maritime Labor Convention, to which we are a member.
Yes, we are a signatory, Mr. President. I remember, Mr. President, as the distinguished gentleman is saying about the Maritime Labor Convention of 2016, which the 2006, which the Philippines ratified on August 30, 2012, and which entered into force and effect a year after, which is August 20, 2013. May I know, Mr. President, if currently, right at this point in time, currently, is there a domestic law implementing Maritime Labor Convention of 2006?
Well, as far as domestic, yes, we have the DOLE that governed the rights of our local seafarers. But when it comes to international, we have the Maritime Labor Convention under the auspices of the ILO.
But there is no law, Mr. President, implementing this. And that's the main reason why we are pushing for Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. It's like a state, President.
That is a correct statement, Mr. President, Your Honor. The Magna Carta of seafarers, that covers the international and domestic seafarers.
Yes, and to carry out the convention, also known as the Bill of Rights of Seafarers. And I believe, despite the fact that the Department of Labor and Employment issued several department orders and labor advisories, the bottom line still, Mr. President, is to come up of a law, which is the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Let me just make it clear, Mr. President, Your Honor, as far as law for the domestic seafarers, we still don't have that in place, although we have DOLE that make sure that the rights of the domestic seafarers are protected. Like I said earlier, when it comes to international seafarers, we have what we call the Maritime Labor Convention, which protects the seafarers, the international seafarers. So right now, the Magna Carta of Seafarers, that the bill that we're trying to pass, that covers the rights not only of the international seafarers or the international seafarers as well as the domestic seafarers, both of them.
Thank you, Mr. President. To further protect our Filipino seafarers, and as the gentleman, the sponsor of the measure, made mention a while ago, and I'm looking at the Baltic and International Maritime Council, International Chamber of Shipping, BIMCO, and ICS Seafarer Workforce Report of 2021, the Philippines is the world's largest supplier of officers and ratings, followed by Russia, Indonesia, China, and India. Pre-pandemic, Mr. President, there are around 700,000 deployed Filipino seafarers deployed on domestic or foreign flag seagoing vessels in 2019. However, Mr. President, in 2022, over 489,000 Filipino international seafarers were deployed all over the world. May we know, Mr. President, the current status now of our seafarers? Nakabalik na po ba tayo yung numero dun sa pre-pandemic numbers?
Yes, Mr. President, slowly but surely. But right now, as I said earlier, we have a total of almost 625,000 seafarers deployed in different foreign vessels.
16. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now let me go to Section 3, Mr. President, of the proposed measure. In Section 3, Mr. President, it says here, letter A, all Filipino seafarers who are engaged, employed, or working in any capacity on board Philippine or foreign registered ocean-going vessels, Mr. President. That is the definition, Mr. President. Exemptions have been enumerated here, Mr. President. There are 4 exemptions, Mr. President. But may I ask, Mr. President, does a seafarer need to have an active contract or engagement with a ship owner to be covered under the provisions of the Act? Because it appears, Mr. President, if you look at the definition, if you don't have an active contract or engagement with a ship owner to be covered under the provision of this Act, it appears that you are not covered, Mr. President. I wonder, Mr. President, if that is the intention of the good sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President, as long as they have a valid contract or active contract, then they are considered or they are covered and protected as what the good interpolator is saying.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes.
President, because if my memory serves it right, after a year or two, Mr. President, natapos po yung kontrata niya, in between, is he or she not considered a seafarer? Kasi natapos yung contract niya, hindi live yung contract niya. What about the right of a seafarer to, right to educational attainment, training at reasonable and affordable cost, right to information of seafarer's family or next of kin, right to consultation, right to free legal representation, right to record of employment or certificate of employment. Perhaps, Mr. President, we made sure that even if you don't have that active contract, it is not existing, Mr. President. If you are a seafarer, Mr. President, you are protected by this particular law, Mr. President. If the good gentleman would work with this representation, we would like to, at the proper time, make some amendments and work with the sponsor on defining the coverage of the bill over seafarers who are not actively engaged, Mr. President, employed or working, para po whether prior to deployment or due to being terminated or repatriated, pasok po sila dito. Still, they are entitled to specific rights under the Magna Carta that we are proposing to approve, Mr. President, if that is amenable to our sponsor.
Yeah, Mr. President, Your Honor, I think you are referring to reintegration. As soon as the seafarer's contract expires, then there are many opportunities available for him or her, and those opportunities includes free scholarship program through TESDA, and then nandun pa rin yung business opportunity na magkakaroon siya, makakapag-avail siya ng very low interest rate loan so he can start a new life, and also free interest loan mula sa OWA.
Yes, Mr. President. So you're willing, Mr. President, as the sponsor of the measure, you're willing to work with this representation to make sure that they are covered, Mr. President, even after, for example, 1 year of contract natapos na po niya, papasok siya dun sa second year niya ng contract. Habang wala pa po yung kontrata niya, he or she is still protected by this Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers.
Certainly, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
President. Thank you. Mr. President, going to another topic that I'd like to raise before I end this friendly interpellation. Mr. President, may we know about how will the one-stop shop center for seafarers to be established in seafarer welfare facilities or centers under the bill complement naman po yung tinatawag na one-stop shop centers for OFWs under the Department of Migrant Workers Act?
Okay, yung one-stop shop, Mr. President, Your Honor, this will be the extension specifically catering for seafarers in different big provinces wherein a seafarer can go there and apply for permits, certificates, etc. So, hindi na kailangan pa niya pumunta sa different agencies para makumpleto niya yung mga pangangailangan upang makakuha siya ng panibagong contract at makapagsampa na sa barko.
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Perhaps, Mr. President, if I may rephrase my question, what services will the one-stop shop center for seafarers offer that will be different from those already being offered in the current OSSCs? Is there any, Mr. President? Because the bill specifically cites Metro Manila, Pangasinan, Bulacan, Cavite, Batangas, Iloilo, Cebu, Cagayan de Oro City, Davao City, and other areas to be determined by OWA, which have higher concentration of seafarers. I agree with that. I just wanted to find out, Mr. President, ano yung diferensya na services na ibibigay ng OSSC for seafarers na ngayon ay currently ibinibigay ng OSSCs, Mr. President?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. And Your Honor, the difference is upscaling, meaning it went one level up as far as retraining and seafarers assistance, especially concerning their families, Mr. President and Your Honor. And not only that, like I said, like it says here, it's a one-stop shop wherein anything concerning licenses, permits, clearances, anything under the sun that a seafarer would need for him to be able to get into a ship and become a seafarer, this is the place to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I made mention of this particular provision because as the sponsor very well know that this representation is the principal author and principal sponsor of RA number 11641 or the Department of Migrant Workers Act. I can see a lot of familiar faces on the sidelines looking at me and listening to this representation because under the Act, Mr. President, the regional, provincial, or field offices of DMW also serve as one-stop shop centers for OFWs. Now, under this measure, Mr. President, the one-stop shop center for seafarers will be located in major crew change ports and other areas determined by OWA that can issue licenses, permits, clearances, and other documents required by seafarers. So I hope that at the proper time, Mr. President, as we continue to discuss this particular measure, we'll be able to ensure that there will be no duplication of functions of, or services in these two particular offices that we're trying to establish. I mean, we have already established dun sa Department of Migrant Workers na ito yung kailangan sa regional, provincial, at makita rin natin, Mr. President, na wala pong duplication talaga na mangyayari. So I hope that the good sponsor would help this representation ensure that there will be no duplication of functions and services. Thank you, Mr. President.
That is correct, Mr. President, Your Honor, because each facility complements each other. And there is always a representative from the DMW present to make sure that the process is being properly observed and that no duplication ever will happen, just like what you said earlier.
Thank you.
In your
Thank you,
concern.
distinguished sponsor. Distinguished sponsor, just out of curiosity, how much would the establishment of a seafarer welfare center cost, and what is the target of our department as to how many OFWs will it cater to, Mr. President?
Right now, we don't have the exact numbers, Mr. President, Your Honor, and still under studies. And eventually, if we have those numbers, exact numbers, we will let you know immediately. Mr.
Thank
President,
you.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. I would like to put on record, Mr. President, the report given to this representation. The one-stop shop centers for OFWs have been established in all regions, participated by the DFA, OWA, TESDA, PRC, Marina, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth, SSS, CHED, TIEZA, PNP, BIR, and Philippine Statistics Authority, Bureau of Immigration. And as far as they are all concerned, Mr. President, it has served 1,399,910 clients in 2022 alone. And so we commend the efforts being done by our department, especially the DMW, who is on top of all this. Thank you, Mr. President. One last point that I'd like to
Mr.
raise.
President, let me add about the budget. So we also have to get in touch with the DBM, and they'll be able to, they are the
Yeah.
ones who's going to help us make sure that those numbers that you need, that you want to know, will be provided in time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague. One last thing, Mr. President. This representation is also the principal author and principal sponsor of the Occupational Safety and Health Standards, Mr. President. And so I'm also very interested in looking at the compliance inspection, Mr. President. The minority leader in this representation would always text each other every time we see occupational hazards around our area, Mr. President. Mr. President, under the law that we passed, the Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law, DOLE is the primary agency responsible for the administration and enforcement of occupational safety and health laws, regulations, and standards in all establishments and workplaces, wherever they may be located. So that's what the Oslo says under Republic Act 11058. Now, Mr. President, may we know, because in this particular measure that we are discussing right now, may we know how competent is the Department of Migrant Workers in inspecting compliance with labor standards and occupational safety and health standards of seafarers, Mr. President? Because the next question that I would pose, Mr. President, is that do they have the manpower, or how many personnel do they have right now if they are capable of inspecting, if they are competent of inspecting the compliance with the labor standards? Do they have the personnel, and perhaps how many personnel will be dedicated to monitoring the occupational safety and health standards, Mr. President?
Yeah, when it comes to occupational and safety health standards, You did mention about DOLE, and that applies to the domestic seafarers, domestic vessels. Mr. President, Your Honor, now when it comes to international, we have the DMW, and of course, in conjunction with the Marina and other agencies that will be able to help in assessing and making sure that it complies with the safety standards, occupational safety standards. Aside from Marina, nandiyan po yung ating Department of Health, nandiyan po yung ating DOLE. So magtulong-tulungan itong iba't ibang klaseng agency para makapag-comply at ma-make sure ma-attain yung klase ng inspection para ma-ensure na maayos yung safety standards ng ating mga seafarers.
Mr. President, hope springs eternal, and I really believe that this landmark legislation is very important. That we right now we are walking the extra mile. There are only 3 senators in the session hall, but I know there are some who are inside the lounge or at their offices, Mr. President. But let me just put on record, and again, perhaps ask the distinguished sponsor of the measure, if there are enough personnel in the Department of DMW to actually look into this in inspecting and would be dedicated in monitoring the compliance of these companies in ensuring the safety of our seafarers. Kasi kung kulang po, Mr. President, we are all aware that right now, Mr. President, we are in the budget season. Perhaps we can already inform the proper agencies to look into this and already prepare for the staffing, Mr. President, if in case we need additional staffing, considering that DMW, again, as I mentioned, will take over in inspecting compliance with labor standards and occupational safety and health standards of our seafarers.
From the get-go, I've been very supportive of DMW, Mr. President, being the chairman, committee chairman, Senate committee chair of the migrant workers. And I always inform DMW how important to me yung monitoring to make sure na yung kalagayan ng ating mga land and sea-based migrant workers are well protected in their rights. And I kept asking them if they need any more help from me as far as budgeting is concerned. They said yes, but when it comes to maybe staffing, yes, they really need more personnel, especially that this is something new, itong Magna Carta for seafarers. But that can easily be resolved given the fact that if they are given the right budget for this kind of program, mas madali nilang ma-fulfill yung kanilang trabaho. Mr.
Yes,
President,
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Just to expedite the process, perhaps if we can already ask for a ballpark figure, Mr. President, as we continue discussing this measure, so that at the end of the day, we are prepared and ready to help our DMW in implementing the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. With that, Mr. President, I would end my interpellation and again congratulate our dear colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for taking the cudgels of pushing for this very important landmark legislation. And I hope and pray, Mr. President, that we'll be able to pass this as soon as possible. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, dear colleague.
And if I may add, Mr. President, ito po ay magiging posible kung tayong lahat po ay magtulungan. Like I said earlier, since 2007, marami na pong nag-attempt na ipas itong bill na para maging batas, pero they failed for one reason or another, and it's been more than, or actually 15 years since 2007, and now it's 2023. Siguro naman, kung tayo magtulungan, magkakaisa, ito ay mapapasa at magiging batas once and for all para sa kapanan not only the seafarers but also our country, because seafarers ay isa sa mga major contributor sa ating ekonomiya. Just imagine, $6-something billion annually, magkanong pera yan na ipapasok sa ating kaban ng bayan. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, and Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will move now that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, August 29, 2023. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, August 29, 2023.